Okay, welcome to the magnificent Moama Bowling Club for UBC 25, an ultimate week featuring 3 events over 6 days and over $280,000 in prize money. I'm Chris Green, joined by the brilliant Benny Jones. Welcome, Benny.
Hello, Greenie. It is great to have your company, and it's great to be here in beautiful Moama again for what promises to be a really exciting 6 days of bowls action.
Yeah, there's been some matches which have already been played, but what a match to bring to you first up on our coverage. We have Deer Park Blue up against the Port Sorell Sharks, and we've seen Port Sorell just improving event by event, and I think this could be their ultimate week. Some really good results early on. And Deer Park Blue with Ali Forsyth, Mark Casey and Shannon McElroy. So quite a trio there, and I think it'll be the 2 Kiwis taking to the green. And yes, that is right. Mark Casey, the UBC CEO, is stepping out of the commentary box and onto the green, but not for this match.
Yeah, good to see Case finally, after a few years of pestering from probably us, amongst a few others, actually kitting up and representing his beloved Deer Park. So won't be in this match, of course, featured, but throughout the course of the next 3 events, I'm sure we'll catch Case at some point here on the TV rink.
He can't skip them all.
No, no, he can't. That's right.
And so for those tuning in for the first time, and just a little bit of a refresher for some of our valued streamers over the years, the point scoring is quite different for the UBC. There's opportunity with every single bowl to get that score ticking along. Each toucher is worth 3 points. After the leads bowls, the team who is holding the shot will get 3 points. And then at conclusion of an end, there is 18 points up for offer, 10 points for first shot, 5 points for second, 3 points for third. First, second and third, 18 points, and it is the ultimate end.
And first points for the Port Sorell Sharks. Bailey Bellchambers leading off and with the first toucher of this contest. So 3 on the board gets us underway. And you will hear us probably say ad nauseum over the next 6 days, Chris, the importance of every shot, and we can't undersell that. It's not even just specifically to the game in question that we're watching right here, but you get to the end of the preliminary group games, the round-robin games, and it may be the difference between a toucher or not that sees you finish 6th or 7th, which may see you make it through to the knockout stages or just miss out. So points differential has played a role in the past. So therefore, even if a game that you're playing in specifically is out of reach, you still need to try and get as many points as possible and avoid blowouts. I think that's the key to those teams that are going to just scrape into those who might just miss out.
Yeah, spot on, Benny. And one of the additions this year as well is there's the bonus point. So any team that scores over 63 points in a match, and whether it's a loss or a draw, they actually get an extra bonus point.
We found that last year at the event come into play in a couple of the events that did decide, and not even just 6th and 7th, but then you've got 2nd and 3rd. Do you get that walk through the first round of the knockouts, or do you have to go the longer route to get through to obviously winning an event? So yeah, you're absolutely right. So 63, the magic number, but just every bowl of huge importance. And at the lead changeover, it is Port Sorell who extend their lead out to 6.
Yeah, the beauty with the scoring too, we have markers on each of the rinks. The marker on our TV game at the moment, young Cooper Sutton from Deer Park. And they have a tablet, each of these markers, and they input after every single bowl, whether it's a toucher, and then who is the first, second and third. And that automatically shows up on the screen. So the screens you see on the TV there in the left-hand corner. And also, if you want to follow along at home and not being able to watch the coverage, but you want to look at all the scores and the scores from the matches that aren't on the live stream, you just head to ultimatebowlschampionship.com.au/scoreboard and you can get live up to the minute scores.
Yeah, it's almost up to the second these days. The technology has gotten so quick, Greenie, that almost as the bowl comes to rest, the score will update, and the positioning of the bowls, whether it's orange, orange, blue, or blue, orange, blue, that will update. Yeah, it is pretty much every 30 seconds or so. So yeah, head along to the website there. If you can't catch us on the stream, YouTube and Facebook links up and going now on this day 1 of event 1 here in Moama, where the weather has held off. It looked a little dicey this morning and has been a little breezy at times, but sun poking through the clouds now. We're under cover, so not a concern really, the precipitation, but it is nice to have some solid weather as we embark on summer. Last day of spring today, Greenie, and just feeling a little bit of that breeze, but otherwise a pretty nice day in Moama.
Yeah, and a great shot there from Ali. Big start here from Port Sorell, finding their line incredibly well. And the big thing there is no real target. So pushed Ali back to the draw. He's got a great draw shot, but he's probably one of the best runners in the world. So they will be trying to limit their targets while also trying to create those good heads.
Great opportunity for these young players too from the Sharks. I know we've seen Cody and Bailey at the UBC event in years gone by, but to come up against a team that contains, a world champion, a world singles champion, and not to mention our good friend, the Hall of Fame inductee in Mark Casey.
Yeah, the Hoff.
The Hoff. It's a great experience, and I'm sure they'll do more than hold their own, but to be out here on this TV rink, which we're hearing from some players, is just playing a touch different to the main green. Maybe a touch quicker.
We will see the weight here from Ali. I just mentioned it's close.
Oh, he's done that well.
That's why he's one of the best runners in the game. He's got the bowl off clean. He was looking to try and kill it. As you see the respot. A little change this year too, Benny, is the jacks are still placed. So they're placed in the same area, but there is a margin where you'll see 2 lines on the green and the mat can be placed anywhere between those 2 lines. The final mark at the bottom of the head is the 2 metre mark, and that's any jacks that are killed go out of bounds. They get respotted there.
Yeah, the mat move into this year's event, it may appear rather subtle, but when these players in years gone by have become so dialed in to hitting that exact distance off the mat every game, this just adds a little extra element to their skill set. And not that it'll bother these guys or girls because they are so good at what they do, but certainly just either creeping it back a touch or a little closer, just obviously then have to readjust the weight accordingly. So it'll be fascinating to watch how that unfolds over the week here in Moama.
Yeah, and you spoke of guys and girls. The third player for the Port Sorell Sharks is Amity Bickley, an Australian Pathways Jackaroo.
Watching Shannon McElroy now lead away in this second end. Match is played over 5 ends, so usually on and off in about half an hour's time, sometimes a little quicker than that, depending on the speed of players. We have the 30-second shot clock, very few, as we've just seen there with Bailey, for example, firing off with still 28 seconds on the clock. So very few in these preliminary matches do run them down too close. It's something that really, well, I'd say comes into more of effect once you get into the knockouts, the money rounds, and particularly your semi-finals and final and the like, when the stakes go up just that little bit extra.
Yeah, it's more so those last couple of bowls in the end when there's shots to be played. And as you said, in the knockout matches and the final section games, when they're really looking at the points overall to see what they need, because sometimes the margins do come into it, and that's what they're looking for. We've got a great lineup for the rest of the day too, Benny. We'll be streaming through till about 8:30. Still another 8 or 9 games. Section A completed 5 rounds, and Section B are now on the greens, and this is the third of their 5th. And then we'll have a short break, and it will be 6 rounds to follow, with Section A and Section B playing 3 matches each, alternating between sections for this afternoon and tonight.
Deer Park here, just trailing early days against Port Sorell, who ended up there with the lead shot off the back of the final delivery there from Bailey Bellchambers. So 17-13. Good, close, tight start to this contest here on the TV rink. As we watch Ali Forsyth now, his first in this second end. And we did mention the Hoff earlier in Mark Casey, but I should also, off the top of the broadcast, congratulate you as well, Chris Green. Not quite World Bowls Hall of Fame, but still a very wonderful honour bestowed upon you just recently, becoming a life member of Tarrant Point. And if my eyesight was correct, not only you being appointed as a life member, but also your dear mum too. What a great thrill that must have been.
It's a memory I'll never forget, and it was a huge honour, and it'll always be a huge honour. But to have it happen the same day as Mum was awarded life membership's just extremely special. She's done so much for the club, and just great to see.
Yeah, well, congratulations to you both. Absolutely, as Ali once again, he's on the money early with these heavily weighted bowls, driving through Jack into the ditch.
Mate, this is a great sign early for Deer Park Club Blue. Ali hitting those runners, attacking, and when he gets that confidence up, he's probably one of the hardest players in the world to beat.
Yeah, and they had a very close loss against the other Deer Park side in the opening match of their preliminary rounds, and in their most recent game behind us on the main green, they had a come-from-behind win over Dandenong, with once again Ali coming up big in the last end to run out 63-57 winners. So fine margins. They dropped that. They would have been 0-2. Star-studded team would have been off to a slow start. They're 1-1 and a chance to maybe build some momentum. The Sharks also, Greeny, went down in a nail-biter in their last game too to Windsor, one of the new franchises involved. 53-55 the final score there. The Sharks going down by a couple.
Yeah, big shot here early on for Cody. He's currently down first, second and third, but there is a bit of room. He needs to hurry it back.
Yeah, it's a fair effort. He's going to come up short, is he? A little conjecture. I think it'll be over the third bowl. So first two, there's no question they belong to Deer Park. Will this be an ultimate end, though? We talk about momentum. Nothing builds that like an ultimate end. Worth an additional 18 shots. So they'll measure this third bowl into the ditch. And I would suggest that's an ultimate end.
That's confirmed.
Yep.
First, second and third, the way of Deer Park Blue. Will be 18 points added, courtesy of the ultimate end.
Some other things to look for throughout the course of the week, Greeny. We've got the golden touch.
Yes.
You know, for those dead-eye dicks that continue to hassle the Jack throughout the course of the... well, it's each event, of course, 2 days. There will be 3 separate golden touch awards given. And the players love keeping their stats too, so they love to know how many touches they've had. Leads like to know how often they've had the points at changeover and skip conversion and the like. So there's little battles within battles with these games, and it makes for some great viewing, really entertaining.
Yeah, I did mention to you off broadcast as well that there was a golden glove that didn't get delivered.
Bit flat about that, Greeny, got to be honest. It was a year in the making. I don't know why we left it to the last minute. I actually must admit I completely forgot about it. I've brought it up every year for the last 3. I probably should have done something to coordinate that. But we'll call it the honorary golden glove. If it does go off this year, we'll just make sure that the recipient is well aware it's been bestowed upon them. And that would be, of course, for 3 consecutive touches, either as a lead or a skip. It's more likely to happen when you're a lead. But we've seen it go off a couple of times. It's not a regular occurrence, but we will continue to strive for the actual physical golden glove.
Maybe we could size them up.
So 34-17, Deer Park holding sway in this one. Early stages of the third end here on our TV rink.
Yeah, once again in this direction, the players are just nailing that line. Just a touch off with the weight. Still in really good areas. Big end here for Port Sorell.
Yeah, these ends through the middle of a match, so crucial. That's brilliant there from Shannon McElroy. Gets himself a toucher. May give up lead shot, but he gets the 3, which effectively would cancel that out anyway. We'll wait for confirmation, but 3 more on the board to Deer Park. They extend their lead to 20, and it is Port Sorell at the moment who hold shot. So barring a disaster here from Bailey, they will hold that. He'll just work to the back. Little insurance bowl there, and no damage done for Port Sorell. 3 apiece halfway through end number 3, and the lead is still 17 for Deer Park.
Third in a row, the lead shot there for Port Sorell. So just getting those points ticking along, and that's what we need to do. Left-handed alley down on his forehand.
It's pretty good weight. Just works to the back there. Maybe a foot and a half past the jack. Now a chance for Cody Marshall. Much needed points here required for the Sharks if they're to stay in touch. This third and very important middle end. Looks like he couldn't quite get enough of contact there on Ali Forsyth's bowl to hold second shot. It's currently sitting with Deer Park, second and third. I don't think he's quite going to make it past his
Probably a touch of weight, that's all that was.
Yeah. So another new addition to the coverage this year, Greeny, which I don't think our viewers will get to see it, but it is these wonderful commentary match sheets that you've clearly been slaving over for the last 6 months. There is some very, very impressive table work being done here, mate, helping us record our touches and who's playing, leads and skips. What have you been doing with your spare time over the past few months, mate? Looks like you've poured it all into these. Brilliant, by the way. Much appreciated.
Well, I just thought if Case wanted to jump out of the commentary box and onto the greens, I thought I might make our life a little bit easier in here.
Standards had to raise anyway, so. So the Sharks holding a shot here. So they can eat into the deficit ever so slightly, but they would love nothing more than with this final bowl from Cody Marshall to just work their way into second to really get themselves back into this contest.
Yeah, Benny, I think it's vital to be getting at least third shot here.
It's got to do some work. I don't think it's going to.
The margin 17 before that final bowl.
Yep.
They will get 10, but Deer Park Blue pick up 8 points courtesy of second and third. The score moves along to 45-30.
So you can see here with Bailey just placing the mat fairly central to those two markers, the two white lines that you may have just picked up there on our coverage that Greeny referred to earlier. Just a little bit of an opportunity for players to mix it up as to their mat placement in this 2025 edition of the event.
Yeah, so there's 3 metres between those two marks. So the one closest to the ditch, or furthest back, is 2.5 metres from the ditch. And the closest one to the jack is actually 5.5 metres. So anywhere within that 3 metres, they can put the mat. The jack is always at a fixed length of 4 metres from the ditch.
Very close there, Shannon, to touch it to start this fourth end. 15 the margin. Still very much anyone's contest, but a really strong end needed here by the Sharks just to keep themselves well and truly in touching distance or potentially take a lead into the final end. Line was perfect from Bailey, just a touch underweight.
Yeah, it's a relatively low-scoring match, only 4 touches at this stage. 1 belonged to each of the leads, and Ali Forsyth with 2, the first and second end with his second bowls each occasion.
So another big shot coming up here for Bailey Bellchambers. They would love nothing more than a toucher and lead shot. Obviously McElroy will have the opportunity to respond, but if they could add 6 to the tally here, which they might have 3. Yes. Well, he's done half the job for us. Well done, Bailey Bellchambers. So there's 3.
Yeah, right on cue there, Benny.
And unless Shannon McElroy can nudge closer with his final bowl of this fourth end, you can add another 3 to bring that margin back to 9. So perfect lead end on the cards here for Bailey Bellchambers from a Port Sorell perspective. And just puts a little bit of that pressure back on the skips. Shannon's not going to nudge closer there. So it will be the lead shot. They've been very consistent, Bailey. That's 4 from 4. So he's upholding his end of the bargain. And as I touched on, that's back to a 9-shot margin halfway through this 4th and penultimate end. Just a reminder too, Greenie, if those that are following along on Facebook or possibly on the YouTube channel, we would love to hear from you throughout the course of the week, wherever you are watching and or listening from. We know that there are a lot of bowls fans from not just around Australia. I was going to say Victoria, but let's extend it out to Australia. But we know we get a lot of viewers and listeners from right around the globe. We've got some great international representation here at this event, as we have right throughout UBC. That's brilliant from Ali Forsyth. So there's a touch-up, and 3 more to Deer Park.
A big smile on his face too.
Which is... He's a great man, Ali. But, you know, we often see him smile when he's got the game face on. So he's relaxed. He's enjoying himself. But, yeah, as I was saying, Greenie, we'd love to hear from you who you are cheering on this week here at UBC 2025 in Moama. Maybe a particular player or a team. But we would love to hear from you. And as I said, give us your geographical location so we can give you a shout-out. And we just want to hear how much people are enjoying the coverage. Sunday here in Moama. Obviously, once we get into the working week, it'll be a nice distraction for some people to avoid their actual responsibilities. They'll just have the UBC on one screen and the actual work they're supposed to be doing on another. And it should be a fun 6 days ahead of us.
Trying to navigate this bowl of Shannon's, unless he can get it full. He gets half of it.
Fair effort. So, a couple of big bowls coming up here. Margin is 12, but as was the case in that second end, at the moment, the Sharks not quite making enough of a dent into this deficit. The margin is 12. They would dearly love a shot bowl here. So what can Cody Marshall do with the final bowl of his 4th end?
Well, Bailey's willing it in.
It's just not got the legs, has it? So this is an opportunity here for Ali Forsyth with plenty of room behind the jack to work in for a second shot. And while that wouldn't be game over, it would make the situation mighty tough for the Sharks. And if anyone's capable, it's this man, Ali Forsyth.
He's still watching. Can he get a roll out of his own? He's going to be shy as well. Just needs to go up and over. So Port Surrell still within striking distance if they do hold on to third, but it looks like the measure's coming out.
It is. And it's a significant difference between holding it or conceding it. At the moment, they will only trail an additional 2 shots. At the moment, it's 12. That would go to 14 if the bowls, as you can see them there on our screen, stay the same. And I think that's been confirmed, has it? Yeah, it was actually a Deer Park 3rd shot bowl, so the margin is 20 with an end to play. And just having that confirmed there. 61 plays 41.
Yes, look, you can still get it. It's just very hard. And
yeah,
these first 3 bowls from Bailey here, if he can get a toucher, the big important one, Benny, is going to be the lead crossover. He's secured the first 4 ends, but end number 5 here, the issue is if he doesn't get it, it obviously goes the way of Deer Park Club Blue, and that extends their lead.
Yeah. And this is where, again, Bailey, who's been fantastic so far, has such a big role to play. If he could get a couple of touches, it just builds the momentum and a little bit of confidence. But on the same token, Shannon McElroy can close the door with a couple of touches of his own. And clearly, as you've touched on, that lead shot, if Deer Park can attain it, it's just about game over. 63, the magic number, though. Port Surrell will have that in the back of their mind as well for a bonus point, even if they are to come up short. They could find a way to attain an extra 22 shots here. There's McElroy. Beautiful.
The big thing here too for Deer Park and any sides who are leading such as this throughout the event is you can minimise the scoring potential for your opponent by getting on top of that jack as well. So even if it's not right on top, if it's shorter or just changes the angles up and just limits the availability to get to the jack, it makes it a lot harder to score points.
So 1 apiece for the leads to come. Bailey's been perfect so far, 4 from 4 at the changeover. And it's McElroy currently holding shot. Bailey will have the final say in this lead end. Can he go 5 from 5 and keep the Sharks in the hunt? A toucher and a lead shot here would be massive, but I think he's come down underneath and that's going to make it mighty tough now. They would need to go ultimate end plus a couple of touches, and that would be just a tie. And they're relying on Ali Forsyth not making contact with the jack.
Mm.
And yes. I'm sure Ali's aware of that too. So there's plenty of room for him to work here and popping that one out wide and long, and no issues with that. Shannon McElroy with the thumbs up.
Give himself a chance to get to the jack here. If he's underneath, he can get to the shot bowl. Just needs to move. Can he land one of the... He gets to the deepest dark blue. With only 2 bowls remaining, though.
Yeah. Yeah, so effectively now needing 2 touches and an ultimate end. And that is just to tie the game, assuming that Ali Forsyth doesn't record a toucher of his own. He's making life very hard here as it's looks as though it'll be 1st and 3rd with Deer Park.
Ali must have been confident with that one. He left the toucher spray on. Little dot on it.
So this is really it now for the Port Sorell Sharks. The weight from Cody.
Needs jack.
And he missed it. So that will be it as far as the contest is concerned. But again, important that both teams, but particularly the Sharks, play this out, try and restrict the margin where possible. We'll, at the conclusion of this game, have a recap of this morning's action too, Greenie, and find out what took place in Section A. I'm sure there'll be plenty of people tuned in who would like to know how their teams went in the morning session. But with just 1 to come here from the Sharks, it'll be back-to-back wins for Deer Park Club Blue, so they're just starting to get themselves going. And it's going to be consecutive losses to Port Sorell, who started off with a win in their round 1 match.
Yeah, touching on those results, Benny, just head to ultimatebowlschampionship.com.au/scoreboard. You can see the standings for Section A, Section B. If you aren't too sure who to follow and you like a logo or you like a name, you can easily just put your mouse or your cursor just above that team and it'll give you the 3 players who are playing for the franchise. And in the live scores, the same thing. However, you'll see the 2 players who are playing. So they're the current scores we've got at the moment. Up the top, not finalised, but that is the final result, 77-46 to Deer Park Blue. Deer Park Gold have snuck in with a 2-point victory over the Golden State. The Southern Stars, 51-48. Dandenong, and still halfway through end number 5 there. Broadbeach Moama Black. That sounds like a mouth-watering clash. And it was 59-58 the way of Moama Black. Moama Green, though, 59 as well, but was Bundura on top of them, 76. And Kawana, they've registered their first victory of the event over the Lawn Bowls to You Windsor Centurions.
Despite an ultimate end for Windsor to finish that one, they fell 7 short. And as the standings start to update here on Section B, good news, bad news if you're a fan of the host teams. Moama Black and Moama Green, 1 on top, 1 on the bottom. And it's Black undefeated. They're 3 from 3, and Moama Green, the opposite end of the spectrum, they're 0 from 3. So mixed bag of lollies for the host teams early stages of this event one.
Yeah, they've still got 2 matches left in this little sectional pool before a break, and they're the Section B standings we are talking about. Lawn Bowls to you, Windsor Centurions. So they're in 4th spot. This is their debut event. Broadbeach Bulls. So the interesting one, we've all come to know Aaron Sheriff playing for Exodus and their star power they've had over the years, but a big change, and he is now representing the Broadbeach Bulls. That is his home club, so he's representing the home club's franchise.
Mighty good start this for Bura. Now 3 and zip to start this event 1 sectional play. I think from memory in Dandenong, I think they finished that week really well. And it's good to see, obviously, some of these newer teams at the top of the leaderboard. We've obviously become accustomed to seeing the likes of Exodus and certainly Deer Park, who have been up and around the top and often mixing it for the big money and the titles. Wirrala Gorilla is another one that springs to mind. But yeah, we do like to see a few different names and faces up competing. Early stages of these group games, of course, so they've got some work to do. But 3 and zip, you can't ask for a much better start than that, Greeny.
No, and Bura up against the Broadbeach Bulls. Just waiting for, I think we are waiting for the great man Aaron Sheriff.
Yeah, I can see him.
He's signing autographs.
He's just giving us the thumbs up, so he's in no hurry at all. But
so the lineup for Broadbeach will be Sean Ingham leading up for Aaron Sheriff, and Ben Winther leading up for Joshua Corliss for the Bura side.
all right, so we're underway, and what a start. Benny Winther with the first bowl and the first points with a toucher to get us started. See what Nugget Ingham can come up with in response. So the Bulls 1 and 2, big game for them, wanting to square the ledger. As I said, Bura just looking to keep the good times rolling and continue this undefeated streak so far.
Yeah, 3rd player for each of these sides, Caleb Shaw for Bura, and Mitchell Mears is the 3rd player in the Broadbeach Bulls lineup. Speaking of Sean Nugget Ingham, who is leading up here for Aaron Sheriff, they combined on numerous occasions with the Exodus franchise, previous champions together, so they know what it takes. Bundura's always been one of those sides, Benny, that's been sort of thereabouts without really pushing the envelope towards an event victory. And it's a talented squad. I think the lineups for this Ultimate Week are the best we've ever seen overall. So I wouldn't be surprised if we see these boys go deep in, well, at least one of the events.
Yeah, and the other great aspect of these sort of franchisee-type events is we see some familiar names that are accustomed to playing with certain franchises, I wouldn't say jumping ship, but being picked up or drafted and representing a different team this year in Moama. So it just adds a little extra to the mix. And the likes of, Gary Kelly and Barry Lester, who've been Dandenong stalwarts since almost day dot. Well, they're both obviously donning different colours at this year's event. So that's just one example, and I think it's good. Variety is the spice of life, Greenie. It's nice to mix it up a touch.
Yeah, spot on. It's great to see Koana in the event. Barry Lester and Jeremy Henry. We've become to know the Wirrala side with Teasy and Corey and Jeremy, who was almost like a coach figure.
Yeah.
Where he played the limited amount of games, but when he did, he was absolutely blitzing it. Like his average for the Golden Touch Awards was actually quite high and generally above the winners. But he only played the limited matches, and he's teaming up with Barry Lester and Kane Nelson for the Koana Thunder.
So first sider here of the world champ Aaron Sheriff, and Nice, solid start from Omar. A couple of comments coming through already on the Facebook page, Greenie. First one I'll start with is from Corey Daly saying congratulations on the Tarrant Point Life membership. So,
Good
thank
man,
you, Corey.
Corey.
Yep, much appreciated. Rodney Darcy said, great to see G and Shan in action. Looking forward to having them both back in Griffin's colours in February. Thank you, Rodney.
Yep, East Maitland.
Heidi Butcher is watching from Melbourne. Thank you for joining us. I think Heidi or Hedy. Might be Hedy. Fraser Gray watching from Wangamatta in New Zealand. Let's go, you Kiwi boys. Very strong Kiwi contingent here with us this week. So good on you, Fraser.
Huge shot there from Sheriff. Just a little bit of finesse, a touch, and first and second shot at the moment.
Joel Wisniewski said, what time does it start? Joel, we're on. We've started. This is not a practice. We are up and going. We're a little bit later than we'd hoped for.
Wade here from Corliss. What connection.
Oh, wow.
Great connection. The jack's out of bounds. And it looks like there is a lot of orange around the respot.
Yeah. I would suggest 1, 2 and 3. Just wait for that scoreboard to update. And it is. So Broadbeach with all 3 shot bowls now with just 1 to play here for Aaron Sheriff, who could just nestle this in. Nussle, I'm making up words as we go. Nestle this one in, maybe for a toucher to add to the 18 that they know they're going to collect. He's going to give it a mighty nudge, isn't he? Just misses to the high side.
The high side.
Yep. Great effort. Acknowledgement there from Shawnee Ingham. And that's an ultimate end for Broadbeach, 21-6. They lead in the very early stages of this match here on the TV rink. Mel Van El, Go Cody and Bailey. Obviously the Port Sorell Sharks have got a fan there.
They've got a really good support crew, the Sharks. It's great to see. And there's a lot to like about the team. They're building over each event.
Darren Lee says, let's go Bam Bam Benny. I'm going to assume that's directed at Benny Winther, not myself. And Tim Twining said, congrats, CG. You are a legend, mate. One of Tarrant Point's finest. This is loving for you at the moment, Greenie.
That's the beauty about social media is you can actually pay for these comments. So it's cost a little bit, but
yeah,
no, thank you very much.
Very much worth it. Darren Lee is, watching from Broadford. Oh, that's that brings back some triggering memories for me, Broadford, from my footballing days.
Where is Broadford, Benny?
Well, from a Bendigo point of view, where I hail from, it's about an hour and a half away. It's, I'd say between Bendigo and Melbourne, off a couple of roads and out towards the east. You're heading down that way, Kilmore direction. But they've just been reinstated. In fact, Broadford as a football club into the Bendigo Football League, formerly the Heathcote League, and then left that in some interesting circumstances. But they've been introduced to the Bendigo Footy League as of 2026. So it's going to be fascinating to see how that unfolds. But my last experience playing footy at Broadford, I don't remember leaving the ground, Greenie. I woke up in hospital.
Oh, that's no good, mate.
There's a story for another day. We won't go into it now, but...
the green whistle? Did you get the green whistle?
No, I don't know if they can give you a green whistle when you're asleep.
Yeah.
I don't know how that works, but the gentleman responsible for putting me in hospital ended up getting 14 weeks for that incident, which then saw him, I think, go past the threshold of how many weeks you're allowed to be suspended before you can't play anymore. Anyway...
He's on the Christmas card list, is he?
No,
don't catch up anymore.
No, we didn't catch up prior to that either. So I don't know. It was twice. I will only indulge a small part of the story in that it was actually the second time he got me that year in the earlier fixture when we played them at home. He clocked me and got 4 weeks for that one. So I don't know what I'd done. I don't know if I looked at him the wrong way or cut him off in traffic or.
Yeah, wow.
Anyway, he got me twice and I think it was 17 or 18 weeks combined. But anyway. Maybe I've just got a head that's very punchable. I'm not sure.
Mate, that's incredible, that. No wonder you remember that place.
I've tried to forget it, to be honest. Mick Booth saying it's a little wet here in Leopold. Good day to stay inside and watch some quality bowls. Yeah, I've heard this bit of indifferent weather around. My beautiful partner Laura back in Bendigo or in Kangaroo Flat where we reside said it was hailing this morning and then the sun was out 15 minutes later. So it is the last day of spring. But here in Moama, as I said, we've had some cloud cover, a little bit of breeze, but for the most part, pretty good weather.
Sheriff down here on his forehand. He's following it. The Nuggets interested. And this is the reason why. Another touch here to Sheriff.
So good, isn't it? It's free admission here to the UBC all week, but if you were paying, he is worth the price of it alone. I am getting used to him not in an Exodus outfit. I must admit that's going to take a little while, but it's the same old Aaron Sheriff. He's just getting it done.
He's another one of the Hoff crew, the Hall of Famers.
Hall of Famers, yeah. I was having a chat to Case earlier, and I think he said there were 31 inductees. It was the inaugural Hall of Fame, World Bowls Hall of Fame. So 31 inductees go straight in, and I think he said of that there was 10 or 11 Aussies. So, yeah, fantastic nod to Case, obviously, who we're very close to from our involvement here with the UBC, and obviously his very important involvement, but also Aaron Sheriff, what a star. It's provided us with countless moments of brilliance over the duration of the UBC.
And just touch high there. His weight was good again. Bura with second and third. At the moment, Josh Corliss, one bowl remaining. It's a matter of can he see that shot bowl from the mat. The shot clock is ticking down. There's 15 seconds in the background there. He will play it without a timeout, so it's under 10. He's playing big weight. What's the result?
Oh, just hit that lead bowl to divert it off its intended pathway. So, look, in the end, it's not a huge impact for Bura. They just couldn't quite gain enough, you would think, to put enough pressure on to Broadbeach, who lead by 20. 40 plays 20 as we hit this middle end of this TV rink contest. They minimised the damage, but it was still Broadbeach who walked away with the shot bowl and the 10 points. And that is a great start by Nugget Ingham, who gets a toucher to extend the margin out to 23. A couple of other messages coming through, and you talk about great moments of brilliance and entertainment. More so the entertainment, I would have thought, with this individual, but fond memories of seeing him run into the crowd in years gone by at events. Blakey Nan.
Yes.
Great man, is watching on and says, UBC, one of the best events on the Bowls calendar. Loving the coverage, fellas. Good on you, Blake.
His interviews were always handy too, weren't they?
Always great fun. You always wonder whether you're going to have to extract words out of people when you interview them because, you know, these Bowls players are a little bit more reserved, a little shy, just let their Bowls do the talking. Blakey, brilliant. Loved having a chat with him, so hope you're enjoying the coverage. Clearly you are, mate. Joe Franzi, afternoon Benny and Greenie, watching from the Gold Coast, home of the Broadbeach Bulls. Heading down on Tuesday to watch the games live at Moama. Go Omar, go Nugget, and go Mitchie, go Bulls. Good on you, Joe. Hope you enjoy the week ahead. I think with your team, you're going to get plenty of entertainment.
Benny just give himself a chance here. Oh, he's just under. Played it a touch.
They're flying through the messages now. Greenie Vince Calabrese is watching from Leppington, Sydney, New South Wales. Good on you, Vince. And Mark Smith, good friend of mine from ye old Bendigo, said the sun is back out and shining. Good on you, Mark.
Further toucher there for little Nug. What he has done is he's created a fair bit of room here for Benny Winther to draw the shot. Margin currently 23.
I talk about us being global, Greenie. This is a beauty from Anina Black. Great bowls, lovely to see Aaron playing. One day I would love to play myself at Broadbeach, watching from beautiful Cape Town, South Africa.
Fantastic.
Hello, Anina, and yeah, have a great week following on. And hopefully you do get the opportunity. Broadbeach, one of those beautiful parts of the world, and particularly from a bowling point of view, the setup there is elite. It's the, of course, host venue of the 2018 Commonwealth Games, where I first got to meet the great Mark Casey, and a wonderful relationship has bloomed since. But that was my first real experience with high-quality international lawn bowls, and that 10 days on Broadbeach's greens was just elite, in Australia. Dominated too.
Yeah, that was something special, wasn't it?
Yeah. It's one of my great sports media highlights, Greenie. I got in consecutive events to announce Australia as gold medalists, and you know, here is the Australian national anthem, please be upstanding. And then in the very next event, Wales took out a gold medal, which is very close to my heart, my father being born and bred in Wales and coming out to Australia when he was 15. So to hear the Australian national anthem, then the Welsh national anthem in the space of about half an hour, yeah, it's sort of goosebump stuff. It was a great moment.
Yeah, that's certainly special.
Brett Marnie, that Pidge.
The Pidge.
He's watching on. G'day, Pidge. Don't know what the pigeon scene is like in Moama, but gee, I reckon we spent a good 2.5, 3 hours in last year's event just sitting with Pidge, hearing all about pigeons and how he goes about it, and the breeding and the training, and it's a it blew my mind how much goes into it.
Yeah, I hope he's got a couple of those multi-million-dollar ones that have flown his way.
Yeah, and well, that was the other thing that was fascinating, the money involved in it, if you can get your hands on a good one.
Okay, Sheriff here, really looking to tie this end up. Currently holding first and second. He's down to the jack as well. So he gets the toucher, but it will be first and third now. And Josh Corliss, he'll be looking to follow that down and get a piece of the jack himself.
Yeah, he could flip this to, well, a toucher plus first and second, which would just keep them in striking distance. At the moment, the margin 29, so this becomes really big. Can he find a way to drag the jack through to his back bowl? Tell you what, it's just going to hit that front one of Broadbeach, and look, good effort nonetheless. They'll end up with second and third, but as a result, that margin goes out to 31.
Yeah, 3 touches there and the lead shot at the crossover for Broadbeach, along with the shot bowl at the conclusion of the end. And the points are really starting to rack up for them. 2 ends remain in this match. 31 the margin. A big end needed by Bura.
Faye Winther's on our stream and has left the following comment. Help. Grandies all want to see Pa on the telly. They've seen Uncle Benny. It's driving me nuts. Hey, Faye, thanks for your comment. David Clark saying Benny boy bowls better with those bowls than them yucky black and white things.
Oh, yeah, he's got some... well, obviously that wouldn't be a Collingwood supporter.
Well, I was going to say, I read that comment at first, and I was thinking, David Clark, do I know a David Clark? I thought it was a dig at because I'm a Collingwood fan, as I'm sure many are well aware. And I know that it's a love and hate thing. You either love them or you think they are very yucky. But no, that's directed at Benny Winther, obviously.
So Winther with a toucher with his first bowl on this fourth end. It's actually his third time he's got a toucher with his first bowl of this match. The first, the third and the fourth ends. Really dialing in there with his first bowl.
Quick question without notice, Greenie. A UBC team gear, is that available for purchase here at this week's event?
There is some available for purchase, yes.
Yep. Did I see you get your hands on a Golden State shirt earlier?
Yeah, that was a sneaky...
Are you building a collection at home? Is it just a...
No, I haven't actually got one of those. So I was just speaking to Dan the Man yesterday afternoon, evening, and he said, well, I have got a spare large. And I said, well, that would be fantastic.
I wouldn't suggest you're a large, but I guess after 6 days of the fine dining here at the Moama Bowls Club and some late night snacking, you might graduate out to a large.
Yeah, I think they're a small mag.
I saw Dan the Man on his socials yesterday, actually, rocking the Welsh national kit. Very impressed with that. I have asked him for a
Oh, what a shot.
That's a great shot, is it? It's going to go through to
Does
the
he get
pitch.
the orange into the... No, he
Not
just
quite.
lands on the orange. So lead shot will go the way of Broadbeach, but it is a further toucher there for Ben Winther. That is his 5th toucher of the match. So he'd be right up there. Early stages of the golden touch.
Yeah, firing early days. And David Clark's just come back with the comment that he is a top bloke, Benny. Just can't help if he has bad taste in footy teams. I'll leave that with no comment, David, because I'm very much with Benny as far as the footy's concerned. And Pidge wanting to know what the weather's like in regards to bowls, Pidge, or pigeon flying. I'm not sure. Probably windy for the pigeons today, but here at Moama, it's quite nice. It's not too hot, not too cold. It's just about right. Thankfully, the wind's died down. We don't have to worry about losing any TV screens or advertising hoardings at the moment, which is...
Yeah, we did have a bit
nice.
lying around earlier today.
Yeah, we did. But yeah, a reminder, you can catch all the action. The YouTube stream, Facebook as well, Ultimate Bowls Championship. Just type that into your search bar and it should point you in the right direction. And also for the up-to-the-minute scores, say up to the minute, up to the 30-second scores, ultimatebowls.com.au/scoreboard. Scoreboard? Scorecard. Scoreboard.
Scorecard.
Scorecard.
Scoreboard.
No, score. I shouldn't
just
have doubted
testing you.
myself. Scoreboard is where you will find the action across all 6 rinks, including this TV rink, which we are keeping a close eye on at the moment, and which Broadbeach are holding a pretty convincing lead.
And it's only going to extend here as well.
Yep.
You'd put your house on...
It might be a bit strong here, I think.
Well, I was almost going to say you'd put your house on, Omar.
You stopped yourself halfway through there, Greenie.
I just saw that little bit of pace in the
Yeah.
bowl. So there is one bowl left here from Corliss. It is really hard to get back to that shot bowl. But they do need to make some sort of contact just to land it into the ditch and get first, second and third. Second and third is not biting into the margin at all. Can he draw the shot? So it'll be first away of the Broadbeach Bulls, second and third for Bura. And as we head into the 5th and final end, a very healthy lead here for the Broadbeach Bulls, 78-45.
I've just jumped on to the YouTube channel. So all those comments, all of the hellos and where we're listening from were from Facebook. So that's fantastic. And please keep following on and keep the comments coming through. Off the live chat on YouTube, Mark Rossington, afternoon from the Philippines. Michael Zart says, so exciting that Omar is coming to South Africa for the PBA.
I did see that. That's great news. I love that. Bit of work there for the global good of the game.
Kevin Nemo, 608, said, can you tell me, is Paul Foster playing and for which team?
No,
Paul's not here this year.
Unfortunately, Paul's not here. Alex Teddy Marshall is playing, though.
Yep.
And a 4th out of 5 ends for first bowl touches there for Ben Winther.
Yeah, certainly putting himself right in the mix for the Golden Touch Award in this first event. 5-minute focus is listening in from Bendigo. So hello to you. Brett O'Reilly enjoying the call team. Cheers. Thank you, Brett. Much appreciated. So, yeah, good to see. We've got 512 tuning in at the moment, catching all of the great action here for UBC 2025. 3 events, 6 days. So much prize money up for grabs. 280 grand. Not forgetting the extra 500 there as well. Prizes for the ultimate team over the 6 days. We've got our wildcard teams, which has been a great part of the UBC, giving some young and upcoming bowlers an opportunity to match their wits against some of the best in the world. And not just young and up-and-coming bowlers, often just some very experienced and well-regarded bowlers that don't get picked up in the draft, but they get the opportunity through the wildcard to have a crack. And 3 separate wildcard teams, 1 for each of the events, which I think is great. Gives even more an opportunity.
Can he get a clear run to the jack? He does. A toucher there for Ben Winther. Does it run too far? They'll have a quick look to see who's holding shot. But you know what's starting to come into calculation here, Benny?
BP?
Yes, absolutely.
Yeah.
So they do get the lead shot there.
Yeah. So now they're just 9 shy. So if they could finish with shot at the end of this game, even though they will go down as far as the head-to-head contest is concerned, that would get them to 64 and that would get them the BP in question. So what's that now? So that's seven touches from 15 bowls. That's some sharp shooting from Benny Winther.
Oh, we're having a little bit of a measure here just to
So
confirm.
we're not sure. Okay, we're just going to get confirmation regarding this lead shot. No, they've given it to Bura, so that scoreboard will remain the same.
Young Coops, eh? Young eyes. He knew what was going on.
Yeah, never doubted. So 63, the magic number for Bura. For Broadbeach, it's going to be a really welcome win for them. 2-2, they'll improve their record too.
So Bura must get shot this end to get the bonus point. Unless they get a toucher and they can get second and third. Corliss, can he get down to the bowl? He's done enough to make shot. First and probably first and fourth with Sheriff's first bowl holding on to third. Sheriff close here if he can get past the front. Does get past the front. Nugget likes it. Not enough for shot there. Aaron Sheriff. Broadbeach holding first and third. Not much correction needed here from Corliss. Down the back end once again. He's willing it in. Needs to hold to his own now. Slides through, unfortunately, there for the Bura supporters.
So he's just going to potentially come up a little bit short here of that bonus point, Bura, unless Josh can do something special. That's, again, brilliant from Aaron Sheriff.
Yeah, it's probably not the worst result there for Bura. Just a touch.
There is a target area, and as we said, if they could end up with shot here, they won't win the match, but they will get something from it. So let's see what Joshy Corliss can do here with the final bowl of this match on our TV rink. Head around the grounds shortly to find out what's been happening in some of the other Group B matches. I tell you what, it's got to turn. Oh, very unlucky. You can see the disappointment from Benny Winther.
Yeah.
He gave that every chance, Josh Corliss, but it's not going to be enough to get them the bonus point. And for Broadbeach, as we said, they go to a 2-2 record. Now, that's the first blemish for Bura, so still a solid start for them with one match to come in this section of games in Section B.
Yeah, very comprehensive performance there from Broadbeach. And when you look on the other side of things, as just with that, I think Corliss missed just a couple of opportunities, but only by a half a bowl, not by much at all. And Benny Winther, he was racking up the points through his touches and the lead shot, the crossover, but a couple of big bowls there from Sheriff and just that consistency. And they'll just get the measure out here to confirm the final end. And getting an umpire, are they? Yeah.
Okay. So we've got
a little bit of suspense, but we'll have a look at some of the scores, Benny.
Yeah.
Southern Stars 59 lead the Port Sorell Sharks 49. The Lawn Bowls to you, Windsor Centurions 65 lead Moama Black 40. 4 bowls remaining in that match. Deer Park Club Gold, they grabbed a win there on the last end, 68-64 over Moama Green. A big win there for Kawana over Deer Park Club Blue, 81-51. And the Golden State just hanging on there, 57-51, halfway through the fifth and final end.
Yeah, that one is going right down to the wire as the measurements continue here on our TV rink. So almost four completed rounds now in this Section B, and we've got a new leader on top.
Yeah, so waiting for these matches to be finalised. Still a couple of bowls left in a couple halfway through the Dandenong Golden State fifth and final end. But Deer Park Club Gold of 4 from 4.
Well, they will be the only undefeated team left now because, yeah, you're right. Greenie and Moama Black, too much to do in their contest. And we know that here on our TV rink, Bundura have just gone down. So great start for Deer Park Club Gold, the likes of J. By Norris and Razor Ray Pierce. Going beautifully to start their event 1.
Yeah, Dandenong now hold the upper hand in that Rink 6 clash with the lead crossover. Only 3 behind, holding first and third there.
We mentioned some great people earlier, and we will throughout the course of the week, but one of those great men who's commented, not on our stream, but on my own personal Facebook, but he said, great to hear you and Greenie on the telly. Wish I could have been there with you guys, from the one and only Trev Smith, who's been a huge part of UBC over the journey, and we'll reciprocate that, Trev. We would love to have you here. I hope you're well, mate. Thank you for your comment.
Yeah, a little bit of setting up and packing up to be done, and Trev was very hands-on. And
absolutely. If there was a job to be done, a Mr. Fix-It, if you will, could always rely on Trev. So up next here on our TV rink, yeah, Southern Stars Kiwana Thunder. So a real Kiwi flavour. And then, as we said, I spoke with Jeremy Henry earlier today. Barry Lester is fronting up for a new franchise this year. Travelling the globe and spreading the good message of bowls to anyone who wants to listen.
Yeah, it'll be interesting to see their lineup for this next match, because just that last match that they've defeated Deer Park Club Blue by 30 points.
Yeah.
It was Kane Nelson, the Australian Jackaroo, leading up for multiple world champion Jeremy Henry. So that'll be interesting. Southern Stars, look, they're actually one of my favourite sides, and they're probably one of the most favourite sides from all the Kiwi supporters too, because it's 3 young Kiwi stars. Liam Hill, David Motu and Aiden Takarua. Aiden, the 2024 World Champ singles runner-up. Liam's the 2025 Auckland Bowler of the Year, and David Motu is the under 26 New Zealand representative. So, mate, that's the future of the sport, yeah?
Yeah, you're absolutely right, and we make the comment. I feel like every time I come to this event, year in, year out, the average age amongst the playing fraternity just seems to get that little bit younger, which is all brilliant for the sport moving forward. We love the veterans and the long-term stars of the comp, but it's great to see the next generation coming through. And yes, certainly I'm sure our Kiwi listeners and viewers will be watching on and cheering on the boys from the Southern Stars. And yeah, for Kiwana Thunder, I mean, you've got the other end of the spectrum. You've got so much experience. You don't get any more experience than Jeremy Henry, Barry Lester, who's had so much great success representing Australia amongst his club appointments as well.
I think it will be Kane and Jeremy playing, because I can see Baz here. He's got the split screen on. He's got the UBC on one half, and he's got the
golf.
Yeah, the Australian PGA.
Australian PGA, yep, absolutely. I wouldn't have thought. I mean, it must be good coverage we're providing, and the golf must be entertaining, because I wouldn't have thought Barry would be passing up a chance on the TV rink. A little bit of TV time. Yeah,
well, maybe he's just given that little bit of a shove towards Jeremy, because, as we've said, he's been underused in a number of UBCs, and as we know, his record speaks for itself.
Yeah,
he's simply brilliant, Jeremy.
Hey, the Section A standings, Greenie, I mean, just touching on those from this morning and the early part of this afternoon, couldn't get a better start if you're a fan of the Western Wolves. 5 from 5. I mean, almost would have predicted this anyway. Warilla Gorillas, I think, who actually lost their first game, then peeled off their next 4. The NCE Raptors, they were a team in Dandenong that finished the week really well. And they look to have carried a bit of that momentum forward into this year's event. And what I love to see, Greenie, is the UBC wildcard event. One team that has won 3 of their first 5. So they're currently enconced there in the top 4. Adelaide Heat, featuring my good mate Mitchy Sidebottom. They're 3 and 2, so they're also inside the top 6. And another familiar name in Exodus. They round out the top 6 on a points differential, just edging out a new franchise in the Carlo Koalas. So 5 rounds into Section A, and it's the Western Wolves setting an early pace there. 3 points clear and a mile in front when it comes to shot differential as well.
So just waiting for the Kawana Thunder boys.
Yeah, no real hurry at the moment, it seems, Greenie. Real case of just talk amongst yourselves.
The standings are on the screen there.
I don't know if we've had anyone hit the 100 yet. Broadbeach went very close there. Obviously, you can't get any closer than 99, but yes, it's not an easy thing to do to register 100 points, but we usually get a couple, particularly in the later stages of the group games when maybe some of the focus for teams that are out of contention drops away. But we will watch that unfold over the course of the week. Just another couple of comments coming through. Brenton Code says, fantastic coverage again, Greenie. Outstanding, mate.
Cody, he's the main man. He is the Mars Bar King. He is the supplier of all the Mars chocolate.
I was going to say Mars Bar King because he can consume a whole heap of them in a short space, or he's just the supplier of? Yeah, okay.
He's the supplier. he is the main man. King Cody.
Jenny Kerwin says, hi guys, watching from Broadbeach, 29 degrees here. Thanks for rubbing that in, Jenny. It's not cold here, but it's certainly not 29 degrees. It looks freezing down there. It's almost. Sean Ingham looks all rugged up, and I'm sure that the new growth above his lip is also keeping him warm too. I'm going to assume Sean's supporting Movember, because if he's growing that as a fashion statement, someone needs to have a good chat to him.
Yeah, that is some growth.
Jenny and Steve from Broadbeach. Good on you, Jenny. Thanks for the message. I cheated this year. I had a mustache starting the month, but I can't go clean shaven. I've been forbidden from doing it from the other half, so there was never a chance I was going to do Movember the way you're supposed to with the clean shave to start. But if anyone is involved out there listening and watching, you're doing a great job and supporting a wonderful cause. So I hope the mustache is coming along nicely. Have your say on Facebook if you're watching on and you want to leave a comment. Tell us where you are tuning in from, who you're supporting this week here at the UBC. We would love to hear from you, whether it's on Facebook or on the YouTube stream. Southern Stars, Kawana Thunder. Surely, Greenie, we are just a few moments away. You're doing everything you can to hurry the players up.
Yeah, they're not keen on their little break. They must be not realise that they do get a break after this. So they'll have a bit of a meal, have a sit down. Some of the teams might review their performances, have a plan going into this evening's 6 matches. There'll be 3 for each of the sections. The beauty is too they can look at their stats. So each of the teams is given prior to the Ultimate Week codes, which then they can put in to the UBC website and download all of their current statistics. Whether it's a combination or it's a player, they can see positional, the percentages of touches, crossover, just all those little bits and pieces where, from an outside view, you might get subjective opinion, but right there, it's all down to the facts and figures.
Well, yeah, numbers don't lie, do they? And that's why they are a really important resource for the players. Now, I did just turn 42, Greenie, so my eyes aren't what they used to be. How would you describe the colour of these bowls? Is it a salmon? It's more of a salmon number. I know we predominantly have seen the blue and the orange. Is it a version of orange that...
Yeah, there is a little bit of orange in there.
Sunset?
They got through the process,
the stringent testing process.
Yeah, but what you will notice with the bowls is all the sets that Kawana are using, the Aero bowls, they've got the actual Kawana logo on there, which is quite cool.
Evelyn, UK for or. I think I've said that right. It's a guess, but we'll go with Evelyn. Says, are they allowed to measure during the game?
Yes. So with the rules here, they're allowed to measure after the conclusion of the lead bowls because, as we know, the closest bowl will be rewarded 3 points.
Yeah, absolutely.
So they can do it at that stage and then at conclusion of the end. Any time apart from that, it's the same as regular bowls.
And Andre Hudson, 907, says, go the Southern Stars. And is from Andre in Tauranga. Tauranga, I think it's Tauranga South in New Zealand. Good on you, Andre. All right, nice to have you tuned in, and I'm sure watching this game very closely as the Southern Stars take on Kawana.
Kawana's lineup, Kane Nelson, Jeremy Henry, so going with that winning formula from the previous match. And David Motu leading up for Aiden Takarua here for the Southern Stars.
So, bit of a cagey start this from both the leads. It will be Kawana away with the first points of this TV rink contest.
Yeah, quite often you'll see on the first couple of ends, Benny, on the TV rink here, is the players will be sort of reaching through the jack. The reason being is this carpet is a touch quicker than the other carpet.
I think we were having a conversation prior to going on air earlier, Greenie, where you sort of made the point that if you are playing on the TV rink, getting the first game of your section or of that group, you get a chance to come and have a bit of a roll-up, get a bit of a feel for it. When you've played 3 or 4 or 5 consecutive games on our main green, then to come over to the TV rink with that subtle difference can take an end or two to adjust to. So, yeah, I think there's certainly something in that. And you know, a few players have mentioned it already. That's an adjustment that they'll make because they know that when it comes to the knockouts and the big money rounds, well, this is where they're going to have to get the job done.
Absolutely, Benny. And what you'll notice too, good shot there. Southern Stars now holding first, Kawana second and third. What you'll notice throughout the 6 days too, Benny, is the pace of the carpet does actually change pending the temperature and the amount of people who are in and around the arena. So it's not like it's something which is always going to be the same.
And while we are relatively protected here, certainly from the elements regarding rain from overhead, there is a wind element, a breeze element, and it does come through this section more so than the main green. More exposed with the openings underneath the roof. So, yeah, it's all a factor, but these guys and girls are so good at what they do. They make those adjustments really quickly, as we've seen here with Aiden. A touch short with that bowl, but holding first and third, the Southern Stars. Now it's the iconic bowler that is Jeremy Henry. Good to see him in action nice and early in this event one.
Benny, Jeremy's
brilliant.
One of those players who, and I'm sure I'm not alone here, you could just watch all day and just the way he goes about it and just his movements on the green and how he gets involved, I love the support that he gives his partners as well.
Yep.
And just his class, he's a class above.
Well, as you touched on, the role he played with Warilla over a number of UBCs, you know, will go down in years to come as sort of something of legend. He didn't play a lot in those knockout games and those money games, but certainly to get them into finals, you have to play the minimum, so you can't just dial it in. You can't just rock up and be a spectator. But the support he would give the team, you know, when you think about Aaron and Corey, was invaluable, and I think they made mention of that many a time in their, you know, presentations, receiving their awards, their trophies, that, you know, without the support of Jeremy, it wouldn't have been possible, and the skill and talent of Jeremy, it must be said. So, end of the first, and it was the Southern Stars who finished there with shot, I'm pretty sure, just waiting for that scoreboard to update. Second and third going the way of Kawana. So it's nice and tight early, 10 plays 11. Unusual, we went through an end there without seeing a toucher. Again, as we said, the players just looking to make that adjustment. You can see there from David, just a touch to that high side and a little bit long as well.
He spoke about the elements, Benny, and the wind is starting to just push through across the rink as well. So we'll see if that makes much of a difference. Really good opener there from Kane Nelson.
It's not a consistent breeze, but it does just come through in little gusts and waves. And as I said, if that impacts your bowl halfway down the green, no matter how well you've released or what direction you've popped it in, we can see our TV monitors here, just a little bit of a wobble there as the bowl of David's got within a 5-10 metre radius of the jack. So all of these factors that come into play, but
yeah, it's a little bit more open, the direction they're playing now, where the head is, and the wind's actually coming from right to left on the screen as you'd see it now. So as you see, that bowl might have held out a touch.
Jason Kelly on the Facebook says, I'm warm with my jumper in Melbourne, watching the live stream and switching between the golf and the supercars on the TV. Life's good, bit like Baz Lester, just flicking from sport to sport. The best of the best, getting around.
There's plenty on. Gets down here.
First toucher, there we go. So first toucher of this game for our leads. It's David Motu who gets it done for the Southern Stars and puts them in front by 2.
What sort of movement will we see here? He's played really good weight at this cane. A little bit of a stiff result. He gets the inside of that. He probably runs on the jack himself, or even the bowl he promoted a little bit further on the outside, and he gets it in for shot. But it'll stay the way of the Southern Stars, and a further 3 points for the lead shot at the crossover there.
The staff here at Moama have been doing a wonderful job helping with the setup. Did you get stuck into a bacon and egg roll this morning, Greeny?
I didn't. How many did you knock down?
Just the one. Feedback from other players was very appreciative. A few might have had a later night than expected last night, Greeny. Maybe doing a little bit of late night studying ahead of their first games this morning, if we're going to call it that, and the bacon and egg roll to soak up some of that research.
Yeah,
was probably just what the doctor ordered.
A couple of extra hours in some of them. I think that was a lack of planning with the unavailabilities of Ubers.
Oh, right. Okay. So there was apparently some hill climbs being done. You don't think of it as being the most physical sport, needing to be overly strong, but late night hill climbs just to get the legs pumping, the blood circulating.
Yeah, I was surprised. I didn't realise there was any dunes at the Moama beach.
They found them. A couple of players found them, that's for sure. Good contest, this one early. 16-11, the Southern Stars.
A good miss there. And finishes right at the back of the rink. So we'll see some weight here again from Henry.
So what I'm always fascinated to see the new franchises come in and how they go with logos. I think logos really can make or break a team. Pretty impressed with Kiwana Thunder. There's a lot going on in their logo.
He's played it well.
Yeah.
Just needs that orange one to stay in. It does stay in.
It does.
So it'll be close for shot, but plenty of room now.
Yeah, one bowl apiece to come for both of these sides in this second end.
Well, the good news here for Aiden is his last bowl, it's now perfect weight. It's just a matter of correcting the line here, and he'll draw, well, certainly the shot, and a really hard one to beat. And it's got a bit of work to do, though.
Yeah, will it have the legs? I'm not sure it's going to.
I wouldn't have thought that actually beats Henry's bowl either.
No, I don't think
so. If Jeremy can just beat the closest bowl of theirs, I'd say he'd lock in shot.
Yeah. He's got plenty of real estate out to that right-hand side to work with. And a player of his calibre, you would expect that he'd do this just about in his sleep.
His weight looks good.
Weight looks great, doesn't it?
Just a clear run, and he gets that.
Yeah.
That will be the shot, and there'll be a measure for second. No, there won't.
No, there
First
won't.
and second the way of Kiwana.
No, they're pretty quick to concede that. So, yeah, some great bowls laid on there from Jeremy Henry, and Kiwana take back the lead. 26 plays 19 after 2 completed ends. So this, as we said, is the last match for Section B of their opening 5 rounds. Last matches. Up next, we'll flip our attention back to Section A, and then it will alternate between Section A and Section B through to the conclusion of tonight's play. As we said, until around 8:25, 8:30, coverage will continue through. And then we'll be back here nice and early as David Motu starts with a toucher for the Southern Stars to open up this third end. Back nice and early tomorrow for the remaining group games. And then, of course, tomorrow afternoon, we get into the serious business of knockout finals. And that will see 12 teams reduced to 2 ahead of our grand final, where big prize money will go up for grabs. And the chance to add your team's name to the honour board at the UBC.
Yeah, the money you mentioned is quite large there, Benny. First place for each event is $32,000. Second place, $20,000. Defeated semi-finalists, they receive $10,000 each. And defeated quarter-finalists is $5,000 each. Yep. And the beauty with the UBC is the breakup of the prize money. So the least amount the players actually receive is 10% each. And then 70% goes to the franchise owner.
Yeah.
And then they can add more if they like.
Yeah, subjective to what they want to do with the players. Often it's like the jockeys with a racehorse when, we know they get their 10% of prize money, but often the owners will say, let's sling a little bit extra in. That was a fantastic ride. And much similar here at the UBC, and hence you see a lot of these players playing for the same franchise year in, year out because they have these great relationships with the owners. In some cases, we've seen some of the owners even play. So it's a great lure for these guys to come here, spend 6 days being well looked after by the staff at Moama, and to play the sport they love and hopefully walk away with a little bit of spending money as well. So this one's really tightened up. 25 plays 26. Kawana just holding sway. And nearly got the little wick inside there. Jeremy Henry just missing the jack on the way through. Southern Stars holding shot just as we tick over halfway through this contest.
Benny, what colour would you use if you got the choice of bowls? We'll start with the orange or the blue. Would you be favouring the blue or the orange?
No, I'm an orange man. I've got a beautiful set of orange bowls that the great man Mark Casey arranged for me in my very short-lived bowls career at South Bendigo, the Diggers. I say unfortunately, but for various reasons, life administration has got in the way. Therefore, weekends now don't really exist for me. Yeah. So, bowls has had to go by the wayside. But no, I'd be an orange man. I think just a little bit more Larry. I was a white and red boots type operator back in the footy days, mate. So
maybe that's why you kept getting chased around and knocked out.
That was one of the many reasons. I'm sure I was also a bit of a smart aleck, and and they always target the good players. You know that, Craig, of course.
100%.
Yeah. But I don't mind. I brought it up at the start of this game. The peach, salmon, sunset type numbers that the Kawana boys are rolling around with at the moment. I don't mind them. I think it's all right.
And what we just noticed with Aiden's second bowl there, and with his first, just hanging a touch high there. And I think this side of the green they're playing, big chance here. Great shot from Henry.
Yeah.
He's turned one down into first, second and third shots. But that side of the green which we're on, Benny, going towards, well, back away from the road, this direction, it's just holding a touch.
Just goes to show again, doesn't it, Greeny, how quickly these matches can change complexion with one bowl.
It's close.
Looks good. Got it. Yep.
Probably a touch stiff there where he's actually edged his own out of bounds. He has followed it through, so he gets 3 for the toucher. He'll get 10 here for first. And let's have a look, second or third. No, it is third. So first and third plus the toucher. And the Southern Stars have found themselves in front after 3 ends.
That's a 16-point shot, that. Fantastic from Aiden. So they lead by 10. Just when we thought Jeremy Henry had swung the momentum of that very important middle end. A great response from his opposing skipper in Aiden Takarua. And it's the Southern Stars now with a very handy 10-shot lead with 2 ends to play. First from David Motu sliding to the back of the green. Joshua King McCarthy on the Facebook page says, go the Thunder. Yeah, Joshua.
We'll have a quick look at some of the other scores. So Bundura 28, Trail Moama Black 47, Golden State 34, Trail Port Sorell Sharks 47, Deer Park Club Blue 57, lead Windsor, well, the Lawn Bowls to you, Windsor Centurions 21, Dandenong 61, lead Moama Green 29, and the undefeated Deer Park Club Gold 46, currently trail the Broadbeach Bulls 50. So just 4 points in that match.
Yeah, ring 6. That'd be a star-studded lineup, that. Deer Park taking on Broadbeach.
Great shot there. Kane Nelson, further 3 points for the Kawana Ledger. Move along to 34, trail by 7.
Yeah, this game's got all the hallmarks of coming down to the 5th and final end and our skips to decide who takes it out. It's a little bit of back and forth here at the moment. Neither team able to really flex their muscle and stretch clear. Just when you think one team might be about to do so, their opposition has bounced back pretty quick, so.
Yeah, same again here. He's changing over to the backhand. Sorry, Benny. And he'll look to touch that jack away. He'd love to get to the jack.
It's not going to be far away, just ducking underneath, but yeah, fairly solid effort. They would have had shot regardless, but another 3 would have been handy. Not to be, but the margin now reduced to just 4.
Okay, it'll be interesting to see the weight that Aiden plays here. We saw that great strike, his final bowl on the last end. Sometimes when you're playing that weight and playing it well, you continue on, and what a great stroke that is.
Just going to miss underneath.
So Henry here, looking for a toucher of his own. Don't think there's any real need to run around the back just yet. He can take the shot away by trailing the jack himself.
It's got the legs. If it's got legs, I think it's going to get there. What a shot.
That's brilliant. Jeremy Henry.
Like a fine bottle of wine, you know the rest of the cliche. He is just absolutely braining it at the moment. Now the weight again from Aiden. Got him.
Oh, brilliant there from Aiden. His return serve of his own.
Yeah.
He's given himself a chance, a great chance.
Yep. So that's 2 parts there. Damage control in clearing the ultimate end, but also 3 additional points to the Southern Stars, courtesy of the toucher. So not only does it open up things to allow them an opportunity for some really good point-scoring bowls now, to restores their 4-shot margin. This looks good from Jeremy. It's going to turn and stay in. And yeah, look, that's a really solid bowl. So first and second shot with Kawana. Importantly for Jeremy Henry, he's got the final say in this end. So pressure now goes straight back onto Aiden Takarua to come up with something pretty special here as well. Wants it to turn, needs it to go. Looks pretty good.
He's done enough.
He's done enough to take shot, but final say, as I've alluded to, will be in the hand here of Jeremy Henry.
I think he searches for the bowl or the jack here. He gets the bowl, he's got at least first and second. He gets the jack, it's the 3 points, and it'll probably secure at least first or second as well.
Oh,
that's what he is. He's going for it. His target's quite big.
Oh.
Just underneath the jack there. And Kawana, they'll grab second and third, but it's the Southern Stars which shot once again. And it's a slight margin, but it's a margin of 6 as they move into the 5th and final end.
So this game is well and truly up for grabs now. It's been back and forth, a real good contest between these two teams. Strong start from the leads here, crucial. If the Stars could jag themselves a couple of touches and a lead shot, as I said, I feel like it'll still come down to the skips.
Yeah, well, lead shots have they've been shared evenly. First and fourth ends the way of Kawana, and second and third for the Southern Stars.
Barry Lester happy with that start from Kane Nelson. The weight was perfect. Slightly to the left. Now, David Motu just going to the other side, to the right of the jack. Again, pace was good. So following this match, Granny, as I said, we will go back to Section A. We'll take a short break before we return for the Adelaide Heat and the Aussie Cool Joies.
Yeah, it'll be about half an hour.
Yeah.
5 o'clock daylight savings time here is the return. So that's about 45 minutes from now for other time zones, just wondering exactly when that will be.
So it looks like that Kawana will pick up the all-important lead shot here. Can they add a toucher to it? Kane Nelson with the final bowl for the leads in this 5th and final end. He could actually tie things up here with a toucher. It's not going to turn quite enough, but they do pick up 3. So that's the margin heading to the back of this 5th and final end.
We'll have a couple of the scores here, Benny. Moama Black 74 have defeated Bura 49. Golden State 37 trail the Port Sorell Sharks 77. 4 bowls left in that match. 5 bowls left between Deer Park Club Blue and the Lawn Bowls to you, Windsor Centurions. 63-42 the way of the Deer Park Club there. And Dandenong, big winners, 90-45 over the hometown Moama Green side.
Finished with an ultimate end there.
Broadbeach 69, they've held on for victory against Deer Park Club Gold 51, so it'll be the first defeat there for the Deer Park Club Gold.
Great start from Aiden Takarua, the lead, the skip I should say, for the Southern Stars. Works into a shot bowl there. They lead by 3. Now to Jeremy Henry. Can he dislodge that blue bowl? He has done that brilliantly.
Just perfect.
Yep.
Class.
The equivalent of whatever you can do, I can do just a tiny bit better. So now it's back to Aiden. Over to you, says Jeremy Henry. This one going right down to the wire. Important for both teams. You want that winning momentum as you head into this little mini afternoon break. Didn't quite get enough of the side of his front bowl there to edge in closer to the jack. And I guess the other little mental thing is here too, Greeny, knowing that you've come out here on the TV rink and performed well and played well. If you are to come back tomorrow afternoon and be playing in those knockouts, it gives you just that little bit of extra confidence.
Yeah, big one here for Jeremy. He can get a touch and no, he's going to fall short.
The line was perfect.
So currently Southern Stars 3 in front, Benny. So second and third shot would be enough.
Yep. Yeah, it would indeed. That's when the maths starts to really come into it here for the players. Not only do we ask them to be incredibly skillful and talented with their delivery, but also to have that ability to calculate pretty quickly off the top of the head. The 10, 5 and 3 for your 3-shot bowls. Touches worth 3. Of course, factor in that bonus point equation as well. 63, the magic number to get yourself a bonus point. And it is still Moama Black leading sway in this Section B. 4 wins from their 5 matches so far.
Okay, it's away. The boys are following intently. Is it going to go? Well, it's coming now.
Yeah. It's going to duck underneath. It's going to go straight in between. So, effectively here, Jeremy Henry just has to play just smart balls. He's not even going to, is he? Doesn't even need to play
He's not playing his last bowl.
No. Now, I did say,
Jez.
he's made me look a bit silly there because I did say off the top that every bowl is important through these group games, but obviously there is also a bit of a calculated risk, even though a player like Jeremy Henry would not make a meal of that. But why take the risk if you don't need to play it? Kawana take out the victory 66-57.
Benny, I'm marking that down. I'm noting it because if we see the Golden Touch Award at the conclusion of this event and it has Jeremy Henry in second place, 1 off the win,
Yeah.
I will never, I'll stop reminding him that he didn't play that bowl.
Well, the other thing I might look at too, and I only say this because I look at where Kawana Thunder is right now. They're currently sitting in 7th position. If they miss out on a top 6 berth by
even more
3-shot differential, I'm not going to remind Jeremy he's 3 times my size and would pummel my face in, much like that gentleman at Broadford did a few years ago. But yeah, great win that. Great win by Kawana. A really good contest by both sides, to be fair. Southern Stars go down, but just, I guess, a quick recap of those final scores. I think they're just about all finished now.
Yeah, Moama 74, Bundura 49, Golden State 53, Port Sorell 82. Deer Park Club Blues 76, Windsor 47, Dandenong 90, Moama Green 45, and Broadbeach providing Deer Park Club goal with their first loss in their 5th game, 51-69 the score there. And it'll be about 40 minutes, Benny, we'll be back. So,
looking forward to it, mate.
Yeah, if you want to catch up on the standings, any of the team results so far, just head to ultimatebowlschampionship.com.au scoreboard. You've got Section A, Section B, and always you'll have the current scores of the matches that are going on. But we'll have a 40-minute break and we'll see you back again very shortly. And here we are, Benny. We are back for our evening session. Day one here, the UBC 25 Ultimate Week. Event one, of course. Section A and Section B. All the teams in both of those sections have played 5 rounds already. The tables are starting to take a little bit of shape. And up here we have Adelaide Heat and the Aussie Cool Joies. So we're used to seeing the Aussie Cool Ruse, but
Yeah.
the Aussie Cool have got 2 sides in. They've got the Ruse and the Joies, and it's the Joies with Aaron Hewson leading up for Ben Twist. And the Adelaide Heat sees Mitch Sidebottom leading up for Cody Packer.
Yeah, my man Moo, good to see him here on the TV rink. I lobbied for years for him to get involved here with the UBC, and may have lobbied a few teams to sign him up in the draft nights too. But last year he performed very strongly for this Adelaide Heat franchise, and clearly the owners were happy enough to have him back for another crack in 2025. So yeah, it'll be a good contest. And as you said, the standings on both sides, Group A and B, are starting to take shape. You can't win an event on day one, but you can certainly go a long way towards putting yourself out of the running. It's all about positioning. We'll explain some of the finals formats a little bit later on in this evening session of coverage. But
we're lucky to be undercover, Benny,
we are
because
now.
it has just started to come down here at Moama.
Just felt that little bit of a cool change come through about half an hour ago since we were last on air, and it's got significantly cooler, and that rain's fair income teeming down, and with the wind as well. I'm just looking at our main man, our tech, our guru, Ed Jelly, who's starting to look a little concerned as that rain sort of just starting to come inside where we're situated.
Big weight here
we're
early
dry.
on.
Yeah.
Hewson
Just missed low side.
first points the way of Adelaide Heat. And the extra player, or the third player for both of these sides, Adelaide Heat, is Michael Stevenson. And
So that's a late change too, is it? Or relatively late change?
Yeah, Joey Clark, he was picked up in the draft.
Yeah.
And Michael Stevenson, the 2025 Australian Indoor Singles semi-finalist. So great to have him involved in the UBC. And the third player for the Aussie Cool Joies is Bolivia Millerick.
This is about the time of the day where we're very, very happy we are undercover. It looks like it'll just be a passing shower, but it's a fairly brutal one. And you can probably just pick it up in that last screen that you would have seen on your computers or your TV, wherever and however you're watching. It's a great start from Cody Packer.
First toucher of the match.
First toucher of the match indeed, and doubles the lead. 6-zip early stages Adelaide Heat. Should say too, in regards to Moo, since we last saw him at UBC 2024, he's gotten himself all married and hitched to the lovely Sarah. So congratulations to Moo.
Yeah, been a busy man. Still finding time to put down some bowls, and quality bowls that is too.
Yeah, still dominating with Talagarutna, his home club. Of course, the side bottom name famous up in that part of the world. Most prominently Steel of Collingwood fame. Cousin of Mitch.
Yeah, I thought that's what I commonly hear him referred as.
Cousin of Mitch.
Yeah.
Yeah. Exactly. Now, I know they've bought into a couple of trotters together, and having had the pleasure as a Collingwood man myself to host an event a couple of years ago with Steel in Bendigo after they'd won the premiership in 2023. Every time I mention Mitch's name, eyes lit up. Oh, what a great man. You know, always finds us a good horse and can tip us a winner or two. So, yeah, very talented sporting bloodlines up that way.
Really good correction from Twist with his second bowl. And I wouldn't be surprised to see him just a slight correction once again. Get to the jack or underneath it and land the shot bowl.
So Ben, another one of those players that we touched on earlier. Greeny sort of representing a new franchise this year. Been really since I can remember involved with St John's, the Saints. And not featuring at this year's event, but quickly snapped up by the Aussie Cool Joies.
There's that correction.
How good.
3 points for the toucher. Does go a little bit too far, but
Yeah.
nonetheless, 3 points for the toucher. That'll be their first points. They'll also pick up second and third there. They'll move along to 11. And courtesy of the 10 points for shot bowl, Adelaide Heat on to 16.
Yeah, as expected, a nice tight start to this contest as we get into the evening session here on day one, event one. Players have had a chance, certainly these Section A players have had a good chance to reset after the morning and have a couple of hours to, well, everyone goes about it differently. Some will stay here and watch every bowl religiously because they can't get enough. Some will head back to their hotel and accommodation and get a bit of a snooze in. There's a toucher for Moo straight off the top of this second end.
Brilliant start. Looks to really be enjoying himself too. I think that's what it's all about.
Yeah.
You see the players who are out there. And look, there's all those different levels of seriousness, and that's how people play their game. But you quite often see the people who are most relaxed and their performances just skyrocket.
Mm. Yeah, and for anyone who's had the pleasure of sort of conversing with Mitch, he's such a laid-back character. Like, he takes his bowls very seriously, don't get me wrong, but you know, when you have a chat to him and you talk about how well he's playing, it'll always be a not that good, mate. Nah, just getting by, battling away. He's a very modest man. And most of these guys and girls are, to be honest. There are the odd exceptions, but that's what makes them good players.
Yes.
Of course, having that confidence and that bravado, the ego, if you will. In all top-level sport, you need a little bit of that. Aaron just working that one to the back.
Yeah, still a very handy spot there. Gives himself that chance. And that's probably the perfect weight, really, to be playing. He gets back to the shot bowl or the jack himself. He misses and he finishes in a great area. Mitch is looking for another toucher here.
All over it.
Can he stay with it? He does.
I think so, yeah. Pretty close.
Twisty's got the fingers out, just having a good little look there.
Yeah, and confirming. So 2 touches this end for Mitch Sidebottom. Valuable points. Doubles the score of the Aussie Cool Joies now, Adelaide, 22-11.
Huey's reaction to that was just had a little bit of speed on it, but looks pretty good to me.
Yeah.
Looks very good.
Yep.
Enough for the shot.
Yeah, works in beautifully.
3 points there for the lead crossover.
So I reckon a small story with Moo. I knew he was destined for greatness, Greenie, when we both attended the Warrnambool Jumps Carnival. This is going back, it'd be a good 15 years now, I reckon. And we're sitting there in the Airbnb after a big day at the races. I'm not sure we went all that well on the punt, but that's a story for another day, and we're drowning our sorrows. And he created a game of, I'd say, quasi-lawn bowls within the Airbnb by using some ornaments off the kitchen table that were bowl-shaped.
Yep.
And just designing a little track in the middle of the lounge room, bowling towards a piece of fruit, I think we were at the end, and that became quite competitive, but he was just class above, even with a silly made-up sport like that. So I always thought he was going to be pretty handy after witnessing that, and he's gone on to be that and some. So
I'm surprised it took a couple of events for him to get picked up into the UBC.
Yeah.
Then that's the sort of form you need heading into a draft. It can set you apart.
yeah, it's just again, we praise the concept and that it is a point of difference and something for players to really come along and enjoy, but it does give those opportunities to maybe players slightly unheralded. They come along, they perform really well. We've seen some young players come up against some of the superstars of the sport and really hold their own. Not only do they take that back to their clubland and have that extra confidence, but like you said, in the case of Mitch, they get invited back the next year and the year after that and become sort of regulars. So
Attacking track here for Packer. He doesn't get any result at all there. And the way it stands, first and third for the Joies. And the Heat holding on to second. Not much of a correction needed here from Twist.
following this one down, Ben. Having a close look, and then he can assess the head with one bowl to come. Just track through to the back.
Yeah, a little bit of safety there as well. Cody's attacking again and gives the Joies a bowl past the jack, which is much needed. Shot clock down to 16.
Which
Cody
is
yet to decide.
as low as it'll get. Generally with these guys in the group games, the preliminary matches. And at 4, at 3, and release on 2. There you go. I was going to ask, Greenie, were you one of the 6 or 7 people who didn't attend the Oasis concert in Melbourne recently? He's been getting a fair workout here at the Moama Bowls Club.
There was a crew here from Moama who did go as well, so
Yeah.
I'm not surprised.
We're missing our main man, DJ Tone.
Yeah. Okay, so Twisty, he's going to stay on his forehand here.
Holding first and third. The Aussie cool Joies. I'd love to nudge themselves up into second, potentially even set up an ultimate end. It's going to go right through the smallest of gaps. I'm not sure if he wanted to do that. He could do it again if he tried 9 times out of 10. He's going to hit the target there, Benny Twist, but not on that occasion. We're going to measure here, are we, I think? As Richie Sidebottom's off on a trot to go and get a measuring device.
It's always good to see the players who are nice and well prepared and have a measure, Benny. Quite often you'll see them looking around asking the marker if they've got a measure, and the markers are a little bit different in this format of the match. They're the ones on the tablet who are inputting all the data to keep that scoreboard ticking over. We're lucky enough to have Ayla Ramanan on the live stream rink at the moment. I think she'll do pretty much most of the games tonight, and she's a up-and-coming star in the Victorian Bowls scene.
Yeah.
One of the Vic Junior representatives.
Talking to Mark Casey just in between matches before, and he mentioned that, and obviously something I know he and yourself place a great lot of pride in with the next generation, the upcoming talent coming through, and you know, even just being here as a marker, exposing them to this sort of action and seeing what it is like to come up against some of the best bowlers in the world.
Yeah, one of those things too is with the younger players, they didn't probably get the chance to sort of mingle with the top stars going back years ago. But an event like this is a great opportunity, and they become friends, you know, lifelong friends.
Yep.
And when they get the opportunity to mingle with them, then when they had to come up against them, they're not sort of they're scared or standoffish.
Yeah. While they're... Yeah, I know exactly what you're saying, Greenie. There's still an intimidation factor there, and that always is going to happen when you're competing against, you know, some players that you've looked up to or been inspired by. But yeah, having that mutual respect, and that's something I've noticed. The veteran bowlers here or the more experienced bowlers are always happy to have a chat, offer some advice, a bit of guidance, and it's only going to grow the sport in the long term. Certainly creates an environment where these youngsters can come along and really back themselves in.
Another toucher for your boy Moo. And followed up by just sliding underneath there, Aaron Houston. I thought he was going to hold on for a toucher of his own. So Sidebottom just into his second delivery of the third end and already with 3 touches.
So just a reminder that if you are, just watch that one just slide underneath from Sidebottom. If you are following along, watching the coverage on our YouTube or Facebook streams, please let us know where you are watching from. Say hello, who you're cheering for. You want to send a little shout out to anyone in particular, we're always happy to do so here as part of our UBC coverage. It's a little high and long for Aaron Houston there as that one ends up in the ditch. Be moved to the side. And here's Sidebottom with the final lead bowl of this third end. He will finish up with the lead shot. And he's just going to try and pop this one out the back as a little bit of insurance.
Yeah, quite often you'll see a lot more of an attacking game from the leads in the UBC format. Just that opportunity there to, get the toucher, especially if they're down with their last. They can get a toucher and get the lead crossover shot. Even if they're unfortunate, say a running shot there and he gets the jack and it sprays out, he's still getting that 3 points.
So bang on halfway through this contest, and it's, as expected, really tight. Bit of an arm wrestle between these two sides.
Twist, getting it down. Not enough, but
very good effort.
Still hangs around the area and also promotes the lead shot of Hewson's down closer to that tee, so just opens it up a little bit.
It's going to take an opportunity shortly, Greeny, just to check those standings in Section A. How these two sides have started off their campaigns in this event. One, and there's another touch going the way of Cody Packer.
That's a great shot there from Packer.
Touch and shot bowl. And probably very close to second as well. There it goes, the scoreboard updating as we speak. They lead by 5, Adelaide, and holding first and second. There is still some room to work in here for Ben Twist, though. Just get a touch on the outside of his bowl, he couldn't. And it will sail out through to the back as well.
Yes, so heading into this match, Adelaide Heat, from their 5 previous matches, 3 wins, 2 losses, -18, standing on 9 points and in 5th place. And the Joies, just 1 win, but they have got a bonus point as well. So they're on 4 points, -55, sitting in 10th.
So just this is where we speak about tactics. Even though they are dominating this end, this is just Cody basically popping one as close to the back of the rink as possible, because the expectation is here that Ben will want to play with some weight, try and clear out some of those blue bowls at the front of the head. So having something up the back, just in case, is the smart play. That's what we saw from Cody Packer. So now Ben Twist. It's clock down to 4. Let's see what he can come up with here. Hewson watching it closely. It's tracking well. Can it take a touch on the inside? Not quite. Has cleared out one of the Adelaide bowls.
That third shot will be interesting now. On screen, it does look like it's the blue.
So now, I guess for Cody, the last bowl of this end, if he could work that jack through, he's got 2 bowls sitting behind it at the moment that could definitely come into play. It may just depend on how much he wants to be adventurous here. As he plays to that backhand side.
He was in the area. Is he going to work off this orange?
Oh, very close. Not quite.
He gets a touch, but
yeah,
potentially is given the first shot away, which is the big 10 points.
I think they're going to, yeah, Mitch kicks the bowls away, so that's exactly how it's going to finish up. So as you said, 3 points for the touch, which would take Adelaide to 37-29 before the scores from this end are completed. But there you go, you see the Aussie Cool Joies, as a result of having that shot bowl, keep the margin well and truly in check. 45 plays 39 with 2 ends to play.
Have a look at a couple of the other scores, and if you'd like to do that at home as well, you can always jump on ultimatebowlschampionship.com.au/scoreboard. So the Flemken Colts 45 lead the table-topping Western Wolves 33, and that's just been extended to 60-36 on the 5th and final end. Carlo Koala's 38. Up against the Melbourne Falcons 67, so that's a handy lead getting into that 5th and final end. Couple bowls remaining on end number 4 between the Raptors and Musgrave Pelicans, and it is 39 apiece, although Musgrave are holding first, second and third. Exodus 33 trail the wildcard side 51.
Started well, wildcard.
Absolutely, and Warilla Gorillas 50 on top of the Aussie Cool Ruse 25.
I don't have any numbers to back this up, Greenie, but I reckon you would find a trend, and I'm looking at the Wolves here at the moment. They've started brilliantly. 5 wins, 5 games to start with their morning session, but how often teams come back after that long break, and you might often see them drop their first or second game back.
Yep.
Momentum is such a wonderful thing in this short, quick format. If you're in form, you just want to keep rolling. Having that 3 hours off in between sometimes can just stymie that a touch. The silver lining to that is they've done the yards to mean that they only really need to win another couple, and they guarantee themselves a spot in the knockouts. Maybe win another 3 or 4, and they're, playing off for a top 2 finish.
Spot on toucher, followed up by another toucher. And one of those things is, what we've seen now is, in the early days of the UBC, we'd see a lot of chopping and changing with the players. So that momentum you'd get on could easily turn around quite quickly. Now you do start to see the momentum as such a bigger factor, purely based on the fact that you'll have teams playing in blocks. So there won't be many changes if they're playing 5 straight matches. Might see some changes tonight with the little breaks in between. But considering that big break, what we'll actually see is a lot of different teams playing team combinations than they were in the prior rounds. And one of the things is, with 3 players, everybody's got to play a minimum of 6 matches.
That was my very next question, Greenie. Yeah, the minimum matches. You can't just have a third along for the ride. They have to contribute. So, yeah, the minimum there has to be met. And how teams go about that, and you talk about the pairings and your leads and your skips, what combos work best, but yeah, you have to ensure you get that minimum away. And that can be a hard call to make when you've got 2 players playing together that are just getting it done. Big there from Benny Twist.
That's a great result too.
Kitty into the ditch and his bowl as well with the toucher. So there's a lot to factor in there. 3 points, most importantly, closes the margin back to 6, but they hold a pretty good position in this 4th end here on the TV rink.
Yeah, well, this is certainly a draw-off now for second shot. That shot bowl will not be beaten. Yeah, pretty handy start there for Packer. He'll have 2 more cracks at it. Twist would love to really apply the pressure here and draw a second shot. Get Packer really thinking whether he's going to try and rip the bowl out or try and draw himself.
Just quickly up next on our TV rink, we'll see the Port Sorell Sharks here again, Greenie. And they'll take on one of the home teams, Moama Green, featuring Kevin Anderson, Cameron Keenan and Ryan Burnett, who, of course, the last time the event was held here in Moama, a very successful week, the Moama franchises. That one's going to just go into the ditch, so no joy there for Ben Twist.
Yeah, and it's a really interesting section, Section B. Moama Green, they're yet to, tally a win. They have got 1 bonus point. They're sitting in 12th. Port Sorell Sharks in 10th. They've had 2 wins, 3 losses, but a plus 39 margin.
Yeah.
So they're sitting just 1 win outside of that all-important top 6. So even though it's a 10th versus 12th match, it's it's a crucial match for both sides.
You see Cody Packer there, so frustrated, very nearly keeping that bowl in play. It was the 1 extra rotation that took it into the ditch. Almost the perfect weight for that second shot. They still hold it. 2nd and 3rd. Now, Ben Twist is going to just try and sneak inside that second bowl, which I think he's going to do, and do quite comfortably. And he'll stay in play as well. So 1st and 2nd shot now with the Aussie Cool Joies.
Giving himself a little bit of protection too there. With Cody's first bowl, he's sort of snuck a little bit behind there from the mat. Wouldn't be able to see a full bowl.
So now the weight from Cody to try and clear that out of the way. Not sure he's going to get past this front bunch of bowls. There's a bit of carnage. It's not going to make any difference. So that's a big end, and it's an important one for the Aussie Cool Joies. They now retake the lead. It's been back and forward here so far. The Heat led after the opening end. Then it was the Joies. Then it was the Heat. Now it's the Joies again. 54 plays 60 with an end to play.
As we know so well, Benny, 6 points in the UBC format is absolutely nothing.
No.
Early on here, it's 2 touches. There's a toucher and the lead crossover shot. they'll be happy with that start.
Just been given the heads up by our esteemed colleague Mark Casey that I need to make an announcement shortly, Greenie, that dinner is ready. Players obviously haven't detected the smell coming across the green yet, that means food is ready to be consumed, but we'll get through this game and I'll attend to that shortly.
There's one toucher.
Yeah, brilliant again from Moo, who's been pretty consistent. What's that? 4? 5. 5 for the match for Mitch Sidebottom.
Well, remarkably, in this match, so there's been 8 touches for Adelaide Heat and 3 lead crossover shots, and yet 2 touches and 1 lead crossover shot for the Joies, and they're in front.
They're the ones who lead, yeah. So there's 2 stories to tell there. Obviously, it shows that the Joies are finishing ends better in their positioning, but also reminds us that the importance of touches and lead shot crossovers, because they keep you in the game. Now, they only trail by 6, now 3, courtesy of Mitch. Here's another one. That's 6.
And the scores, all locked up.
Yeah, if my maths is right, if they both get another toucher, it'll still be equal.
You've been working on that,
I've
Mass.
been working on that. 12 months of work went into that. So this is Aaron Hewson's last salvo for this contest. And now Sidebottom with his final bowl, leading off here for the Adelaide Heat. Oh, Golden Glove, he's on. This is on, he's gone. Toucher. Can he make it 3?
His areas. I love his areas.
He's got to be a chance, doesn't he? Oh, very close. Great bowling nonetheless, but I think the lead shot there, will go to the Aussie Cool Joies, so they will lead with half an end to play in this match by the barest of margins. Well, not quite the barest, but certainly as far as a toucher is concerned.
And could that be the match-winning 3 points? If they're to hold on for second and third shots here, it will be enough.
So, Benny Twist. Plenty of real estate to work in and around that jack. Adelaide with the protection at the back. This one's just going to be short and underneath. Still, it's not going to end up in too bad a spot. They now hold first, second and third. Still with plenty to come. Starting with this from Cody Packer.
Oh, it's a huge chance here for Packer. Open draw to the jack. Needs dead weight from there.
Needs to go. Needs to turn.
Done enough.
Yep. Well played. So 2 bowls each from the skips to come. Nothing in it. Really entertaining contest here on our TV ring. Hope you're enjoying the coverage. UBC 2025, day 1 of 6. We've got 3 big events to get through. Couldn't get the touch on the inside there, Benny Twist.
Just holding on that side. Compared to going in the other direction, we have got a little bit more effect from the wind. Speaking to Jeremy Henry after the last game, and he pointed that out spot on. He said just that little bit of breeze that's coming through, it's a bit more protected down this side. Quite often you'll see players finishing on the high side and just sailing through a touch there. How's Packer going here? This looks perfect. Benny.
The weight, look at that.
That's a huge shot there for the Adelaide Heat. Cody Packer delivers.
Yeah, that's big time bowls right there. Knowing that Ben Twist is going to call a timeout. He just wants a little bit longer to assess this. Just waiting for that scoreboard to update with the toucher. Just confirming the positioning of the bowls first. And then we'll see this go onto the tally shortly. 63 apiece. Our scoreboard's just taking a little bit longer to catch up. But I can confirm, there you go. Toucher, 63, plays 63 with a bowl each to play. Adelaide taking on the Aussie Cool Joies. holding an ultimate end to Adelaide. So it's all really down to this from Ben Twist.
Tight line. It's a tight line, Benny.
No. It's just not quite going to get the job done. So they don't need to play their final bowl.
So seesawing battle there,
Yeah.
and it is Adelaide Heat who are going to walk away with the win. An ultimate end to finish things off. Cody Packer with his, final bowl of the match. It was only actually his second bowl, but he delivered the toucher there, put in a really tough spot for Benny Twist, and they walk away 81-63 winners. A couple of the other matches, we have 63-54. The Colts, the Flemken Colts over the Western Wolves. Carlo Koala's 38, Melbourne Falcons with an ultimate end reach the 100 score. Musgrave 57, the Raptors 63. So a win there for the NC Raptors. Warilla 66, hold on against the Aussie Cool Ruse 57. And the match on Rink 5 has actually already been finished, so they've already loaded up the next round.
Just one of my best dinner time announcements there, Greenie. I'm not sure if you heard it in the background, but I think I got the message across.
I think they would have been pretty happy with the result, knowing they've got a bit of food coming along.
Yeah. Actually, I'm looking forward to a bite to eat myself too. Always good fare here at the Moama Bowling Club. So there's just a reminder of our overview of how things really unfold here over the 6 days. 3 events, 5 ends and 3 bowl pairs. The 30-second shot clock, which we said in these group games, doesn't really come into effect too much. You'll see that really begin to work its way into play in our finals. And we've got 2 sections of 12 teams, a Section A and a Section B. Top 6 go through. Top 2, of course, get a passageway straight through to quarterfinals. That's the beauty of finishing in the top 2. And you're straight into the money rounds too, by the way, Greenie, if you go through to the quarters. First shot is worth 10, second shot 5, third shot 3. The lead shot at the crossover is worth 3 points, and any toucher, maybe we'll work on our spelling. That's our toucher, our toucher. That's the French toucher.
And the toucher
is worth 3 points. And you can check out all the details, ultimatebowlschampionship.com/scoreboard. And that's the most important stat as far as the players are concerned. At the bottom, you can read there, $280,500 spread across the 6 days in our prize pool. And as we've touched on, event winners, event 1, 2 and 3, walk away with a big novelty-sized cheque to the value of $32,000. Golden Touch winners, ultimate team. And of course, that is for the team that has been most consistent across the 6 days, all 3 events. So you might finish 8th in your group in the first event, but you might go semi-final and win in events 2 and 3 and still take out the ultimate team. So it's important not to drop the bundle if you do have a poor event, because you are playing for so much more at the end of the 6 days. Up next, though, Port Sorell Sharks, Moama Green. Looking forward to this one. And an important, Moama Green just have to do everything right from now on to be any chance. You'd think it's unlikely, but for Port Sorell, definitely a must-win game if they're to stay in touch with the top 6.
Yeah, spot on. And leading up for Moama Green, using the orange bowls, we have Kevin Anderson, hometown favourite here for sure.
Oh, yeah.
And his skipper is probably his best mate, Ryan Burnett. Third member of that team, Cam Keenan. We have Amity Bickley leading up for the Port Sorell Sharks. Cody Marshall, skipper, and Bailey Bell-Chambers will be supporting from the sideline.
So we saw Port Sorell here in might have been our first TV game earlier this afternoon. So a little bit more of the TV rink time for them now, up against on paper, very, very good Moama Green side. It just hasn't really gelled for them in this event 1. But I think this is where also a little bit of personal pride kicks in. You don't want to see the duck egg next to your win column for too long. And a little bit of a scattered start here from our leads. But as I said, you can feel that breeze come through. You can even see with Amity just her hair flicking around as the gusts of wind come through under the roof here at Moama Bowling Club. So it is just a touch trickier than it would be on our main green.
I reckon the only time you're going to see the shot clock. Big Kevy.
Big Kev. Opens the scoring with a toucher.
Yeah, the only time you'll see the shot clock under 30 for Big Kev will be if it hasn't been restarted from the previous person.
A fist pump there from Kevy. He's very happy with that. Now a chance for Amity. Still the lead shot, and I reckon she's played this beautifully and may even have a toucher of her own. What a great response that is from Amity Bickley, who just stares Kevin Anderson down and says, that was all right, Kev, but mine was just a touch better. Literally, a touch better.
And I'll take the lead shot.
Yep. So well done. Port Sorell take an early lead. I can see the buffet is now being swarmed with athletes, Greenie, so the messaging has got across. Smells good too.
What's on the menu for tonight?
I can tell you, I don't know why this is of any interest to anyone but us, Greenie, but we'll go with it anyway. We've got the butter chicken, bit of rice and some naan bread as well.
Well, that'll keep them going for the final 4 matches after this one, of course.
And hopefully keeps us going as well, Greenie. Well, I think we're going to have a couple of cameo commentary appearances after this match. Well, not so much a cameo in the case of Hoff himself. Mark Casey is a well-known voice with the UBC, of course.
Oh, Burnett.
Burnett with a toucher. And now, Moama Green in an early position of dominance in this opening end.
Yeah, plenty of points early in this match.
Yep.
And I don't think much will change. Though a lot of attacking bowls.
It's a great response from Cody Marshall. Straight back into shot bowl. And I believe as this, we watch this with weight played through and... Oh.
Could their luck just be changing here a little bit?
So a toucher there for Ryan Burnett. That's back-to-back touches to finish this opening end for Ryan, who's just disappeared, actually. I'm not sure where he went behind the TV screen there. Oh, there he goes. Just having a look at the traffic conditions behind us.
Just probably making sure there's no more rain on the way. Actually, looks like it's cleared up a touch.
It has, yeah. Still a little cloudy, but I think the rain has departed. Amity Bickley just urging this one on from Cody.
Done well there.
Yep.
Pick up second and third shot. Just limit the damage. But Moama Green, they'll take the shot and they'll take the lead into the second end, 19-14.
I think we were trying to scout out Ellie Forsyth maybe to pop through and have a stint in the commentary. I don't know if that's been confirmed yet, Greenie, but...
yes, he'll be in.
Ah, brilliant. One of the stars of, well, bowls in general, but certainly of the UBC, Ellie Forsyth. Now here's Amity Bickley, whose final bowl on the opening end was just simply brilliant. It's been a really entertaining start, these two sides going shot for shot. High scoring opening end. And now Kevy Anderson.
Still finishing in good areas there.
Yeah, it's a similar start to the first end, actually. It's about now that the two leads got their eye in and really started to attack the jack.
How's the correction here from Amity? Looks like it's
Just the weight. Running. Just the weight, yeah.
Big Kev. He'll be looking for a toucher here. Might be shy to try and continue getting this scoreboard ticking over. Apply the pressure, put themselves in a position to win this match and their first for the event.
Oh, it just needs to fall. Fall. Oh, not quite. Not quite. That's when the gust of breeze was required, but fantastic effort there from Kev. Big shout out, Margaret Breen says, go Sharks. Thanks for commenting and watching on. Margaret, appreciate it. Nan Smith is watching from Finley. Travis Lester from Lakes Entrance.
Travie, Baz's brother.
Baz. How many brothers has he got? Is it Tom? I know Tom. The T-Bone back
big
in Bendigo.
T-Bone.
Yeah. Playing for Golden Square at the moment, Thomas.
I like the effort there from Amity.
Yeah.
Gave herself a chance. She could have landed either of the bowls or the jack.
Yeah.
Still finishes in a good area. Anything past the jack with his jack-high bowls.
Yeah, Mark Rossington wanting to know what a totcher is, but I think we've clarified that was certainly a little typo on our end. We'll get that fixed up nice and quick. Peter Thornton says, go the Griffin squad. Huey, Big G and Shan, love your work, lads. Congrats, by the way, CG, on your life membership.
Thanks, mate.
Philip Lubke watching from Silverdale, New South Wales. And Glynis Murphy in the Sunshine Coast. Well done, Kawana Thunder. And MKTHBC says, awesome change up for the game of bowls. Watching from Turos Head. Familiar with that location, Turos Head?
Yeah, it's near Turos Beach.
Oh, the township of Turos.
Yeah, correct.
Yeah, right. Okay.
Nailed it.
Yeah. Curiosity's got the better of me.
I think that's North Northern New South Wales.
All right, we're about to confirm.
I could be completely wrong.
Turos Head. Well, I think you're right. New South Wales, a village in New South Wales, seaside village on the south coast of New South Wales.
It was upside down. Well, north of Melbourne, north of here.
Yeah. Yep. So you had that bit right.
Okay, big chance here for the Sharks. Need to take this opportunity. Trailing 14 to 22. Just looks to be under the line a touch. Well, it's probably more so the weight than anything. It's enough for third shot. Burnett won't be changing much here. Same weight as his previous bowl. Trail the jack. Really trying to lock up this second end of the match.
Usually tell pretty early on with Ryan. Talks to himself as the bowl leaves his hand and heads down the green.
That's a good result. So it takes away the chance of that landing, trailing the jack. If there was a sort of land on now, the jack squeeze potentially could be bad. I think it's a matter of just trying to get down and get another second. So try and get second and third. Once again, just minimise that damage, minimise the scoring against. All down to the pace. Looks a touch shy. So the lead will extend here. First and third the way of Moama Green. Second to Port Sorell. So they'll get 5 points for that. But it'll be a further 13 points for Moama Green. And they move along to a nice little cushion, 16 points after two ends.
Yeah, very solid start from Moama Green, who haven't had anything like that. Great start, Kevy Anderson.
The boys are having fun.
He's up and about. Shake of the head from Kevy, but I think it's more so based on that reaction from some of the fans here in Moama. Certainly memories of the event a few years ago when we had both Moama sides really firing, and some of those finals nights when the locals would come down, and it was a really good atmosphere here at the Moama Bowling Club.
Yeah, great supporters of the sport, Moama Bowling Club, and the members and local community. Always out and about, enjoying the bowls here. They put on a great show, Moama.
So now Amity Bickley. Just needs, again, I think the legs not quite there. The line was tracking pretty well. I think Kev.
He's got the trot on, big Kevy.
He has. I think he's pretty happy with it too.
Ah, brilliant. Big Kevy Anderson.
That's a nice grouping of bowls.
With this sort of performance, I would have predicted them on top of the table.
Yeah. Yeah, it's hard to believe we're looking at a team that's 0-5. Still plenty to play in this match, of course, but yeah, that's the nature of these quick games, quick turnarounds, momentum, and that one from Amity will just roll through. So lead shot at the crossover with Moama. They extend their lead. 41 now plays 19 at the halfway point of this contest. And because the games happens just bang, bang, bang straight, you can blink and you do lose 2 or 3 in a row pretty quickly.
Yep.
It doesn't take long for a good start to become an indifferent start, or, you know, you're playing catch-up from almost round 3, round 4. Makes it pretty tough.
What's he going to do here, Ryan? Kevy's got his hands on his head. That's still pretty good. The hard thing is it's on that forehand, which is just holding a touch. So
Cody
connection
Wade.
here.
Yeah.
Does he get the jack? He does. Big
Got it.
shot there. That's a huge shot for the Sharks. Just what they needed there, Benny.
Yeah, flips an ultimate end now to only first and second. I think they're with the touch as well. 3 valuable points to Port Sorell. So first and third, just confirming that.
Burnett's very good here.
Yeah.
And back inside the peg there. That'll be hard to beat as well. Marshall here coming off a runner. So it's always a lot harder to come back, pull the weight back.
Mm.
He wasn't far off at all either. Only a foot, probably a foot in that, Ben.
So 1 each to play in this third end. And it is Moama Green holding first and third. Can Burnett improve that to first, second?
I think he's just got to hold up here.
Yeah, I think it's just... Oh, it's going to be so
Is it
close.
turning?
Oh, not quite. Not again. That's one half roll, and I think he's weighted it perfectly. It just tipped in. So now Cody and Amity just working out a plan of attack here.
Yeah, the choices there, Benny, if they had 2 seconds to run the bowl, I think it's just make that slight correction.
No, he's not happy with it, Cody. You can see the in the camera off screen, or you could see him gesticulating as soon as he got about 5 metres down the green following that delivery. And
Waiting for confirmation, but it would definitely be first the way of Moama Green, first and
just been
third.
confirmed, yep. So the margin now is 27. Double score, Moama Green 54, leading Port Sorell 27, with 2 ends to play. Not insurmountable, but it has to be a good end here for the Sharks if they're to stay within touching distance heading into the conclusion of this match.
Yeah, a couple of early ones here from Amity. Be really handy for the Sharks. Not far off. And that's a great opener. A really good sight for the next 2. Big Kevy. Bowl for bowl here. Can a correction be made? They need to start scoring some points.
Yeah.
Getting that scoreboard ticking over.
On the flip side to the importance of this for the Sharks to get those points. And again, it's just the weight, the issue for Amity. Moama, on the other hand, can just put this game well and truly to bed. A little trot there from Kev as he follows this down. Toucher and a lead shot here. And they're almost out of reach. It's going to go very close to the toucher. And he's got the lead shot at this point with 1 to come from Amity Bickley.
I think they've found the recipe for the rest of the event. Just go out there and, have a bit of fun.
Have fun, yeah. Well, I think when you're 0-5, you can take it two ways, can't you? You can either be down in the dumps and kick your can down the road, or you can just go out and have a bit of a... Take it into event 2. Take it into tomorrow, build a bit of momentum. It is a marathon, not a sprint, this UBC event. And another 3 going the way of Moama Green, so they now lead by 30. And as we alluded to, Ryan Burnett can effectively put this one to bed. I think we worked out it's 39. Is that right, Greeny? 39 is the absolute maximum number of points a team can score in any given end.
Yeah, you've got the 18 for the ultimate end. You've got 6 touches, which is a further 18. You've got the league crossover,
Just 3. Yep. Don't think it's ever been done.
No. I think the hard thing is if you're constantly getting touches, the jack's got to be moving.
Yeah.
You can't get a real front toucher.
Hard to set up. Yeah. Yeah, that's correct. You need a massive element of luck to go your way. So now Marshall. They just need to make something happen here, the Sharks. Big game for them, as we touched on. Moama Green, 0-5, but Port Sorell just hanging outside that top 6. Desperately in need of a win just to keep well and truly in touching distance.
We'll have a quick look at some of the other scores as well. Kawana 56 lead Golden State 22. Southern Stars 30 trail the Lawn Bowls to you Windsor Centurions 60. Broadbeach 54 hold a nice lead over Dandenong 27. As you see, Cody Marshall here grab the toucher and the shot.
Yep.
Just in time.
Yeah, he was getting to that crunch for the Sharks, so still a bit to play out in this 4th end, but important 3 points there. And is there more to come? What can Ryan Burnett answer back with? He's going to miss his lead bowl.
Not far off.
Got the legs, not quite, but they hold 2nd and 3rd. And one to come here from Cody Marshall. Would love to find a way to get this close, to get 1st and 2nd.
I think they've got to, Benny.
Yeah.
27 the margin.
Yeah, I think, that would be 15 to their tally. Of course, Moama Green would take 3. It's 12 off the deficit. 25 going into the last is... It's tough. It's very tough, but at least it's doable. Let's see what he can come up with here. Cody Marshall, the Tas Bowler of the Year in 2023. It's not going to be a bad shout, I tell you.
It's just stay up. It's
just fell.
Fallen out. So they'll have a quick look here.
Yeah, no question on the shot. It's now who gets 2nd. And out comes our measure.
I thought Kevy might have got down and measured that.
That's showing your seniority, isn't it? The responsibility.
He's probably said to Amity, if you want it, you got to measure it. And it looks close. Could be in. Just checking the front one. Just keep him in the game here.
Just waiting for that final confirmation.
Blue, orange, blue, I think I heard Kevy say.
Yeah, and I've seen the scoreboard just tick over there. 43 will play 62. So there you go. That's
still
19.
Sniff.
Yeah, 19 the margin with an end to play. It's doable. It's tough, but they stay in the hunt. And you'd argue, with more to play for here, the Sharks, might that be enough to spur them onto a big 5th and final end here and pinch this one at the death?
Well, that's their highest scoring end so far. 16 scored on that end.
Really would love a toucher or 2 here from Amity Bickley to start this final end. On the flip side, yeah, Kevy can shut the door with a toucher or 2 of his own. So it's just going to drop in underneath. Just a touch short. Well, actually, the weight, by the time this rolls in, it's not too bad.
And so that's the option now for Amity. With the bowl there, it's almost perfect. It forces her to play that touch tighter. Don't get caught out on the wide side here where it's just sailing past. If you can get back to that bowl, get off it to get to the jack, and get your jack yourself.
Yeah, I think, again, it's just that weight issue. Just been a little bit tricky for her to adjust. Usually by the third bowl, it seems she's getting it right there. Now Anderson. This looks to have great weight. Just going to duck in between his other bowl and the jack.
It's a must here.
Yep.
Must reach.
Yeah, and the lead shot. They need that at the crossover. So opportunity maybe for a 6-shot play. The weight looks better this time. Is it going to turn enough? Not quite, no. So not only will they go without a toucher, they'll also concede the 3 here for the lead shot, which makes it super tough for Cody Marshall, skipping for the Port Sorell Sharks and bringing this one home. Bit disappointed, Amity Bickley, the look on her face as she wanders down. So 3 apiece to play.
A couple of the other scores just floating in. Deer Park Club Gold have just picked up an ultimate end on end number 5 to walk away 68-58 winners over Bundura, who led the whole match.
So that's one way to finish a game.
Broadbeach 65 just holding on there against Dandenong 46. Couple of bowls remaining, and Dandenong do hold first and second shot. Southern Stars 46, Trail Windsor 71.
I see that Dandenong actually have just taken, it looks like maybe an ultimate end, but I think that will see them come up just a touch short, maybe with a bowl to play anyway.
Marshall with a toucher there.
Yeah. Keeps them alive. Burnett short and underneath, so margin is 19, so they need at least a toucher and an ultimate end here. Port Sorell to find a way to pinch this. Love to start by just getting this one in for second shot. Is it going to get underneath? It's not. And that makes it super hard now, particularly as Burnett has 2 to play. He's going to play with weight. He's going to try and clear that front blue bowl.
Close.
He's going to do it. Brilliant. Just brilliant. Makes what was a tough ask for Cody Marshall now one that's, I'm going to say impossible in this sport, but it's very close to.
Benny, I'm really interested to see at the conclusion of tonight's matches where Moama Green sit. If they can work their way into some sort of area for tomorrow to jump into like a 6th spot.
Yeah.
They're a dangerous side.
They're not a side you want to meet in a knockout final. As we know, when the crowd starts to roll in tomorrow afternoon and the finals get underway, that swell of home club support is going to be significant. So, yeah, I couldn't agree more, Greenie. I think they are a dangerous side until they're eliminated officially. You just keep one eye out for them, and they're going to finish with an ultimate end here to run out convincing winners of our TV Rink Clash. And 83-46, the final score.
Yeah, it's a big win there. As you can see on screen, a couple of the current scores. Rink 5 was that Deer Park Bundura match I spoke of. Deer Park Club Blue there, 53, slight lead over Moama Black and holding first and second. The Southern Stars pick up an ultimate end, but it wasn't enough as they go down 64-71. Golden State Kawana. So Kawana, another impressive victory there, 88-41, and they're finding a nice little bit of momentum here in the sort of middle stages of sectional play. So that's round 6 completed for both sections A and section B. Next up, section A again, round 7, Exodus, who consist of Peter Taylor, Lee Schreiner and Matthew Bouse, be up against the Western Wolves, Chris Rosannas, James Pearce and Desi Can. wait and see
I can see
who the representatives
I
are.
can see Peter Taylor, and it looks like Lee Schreiner, I think, are going to be your likely candidates for Exodus.
And the Western Wolves.
James Pearce.
Yeah, and Chris Rosanas.
Chris Rosanas. So there you go. Just getting ready for this contest. And yeah, Port Sorell now back to the pack. We just touched on that Section B. They're 2 and 4. And Moama Green, well, a small win in that they've worked themselves off the bottom of the table in Section B. So as Chris Green alluded to, just maybe one to keep a little eye out for if they do get themselves a little bit of a run going. But the Western Wolves were perfect this morning. Just dropped their last game, but still sitting on top with a great points differential. The Wirrallah Gorillas breathing right down their neck, and so are the NCE Raptors for that matter.
This will be the first we've seen of Lee Schreiner this event.
Very, very successful bowler here in this format. And just having a look again, Section A, Adelaide Heat. The UBC wildcard are 3 and 3 now. Exodus, who we're about to see in action, just rounding out that top 6. There's our man Chris Green just giving the players just a little bit of a hurry up. We love the sound of our own voice, Greenie, but there is a limit to that.
I just love to see the action, and I can't handle waiting 2, 3, 4 minutes.
No.
I want to see touches. I want to see high scores.
I'm not sure they need to be having another roll up. They've been playing pretty consistently since about 10 o'clock this morning. So let's hope that this game is as good as some of the last we've seen. The last couple of games that have been pretty tight up until the 5th and final end.
So Peter Taylor leading up for Lee Schreiner. Matty Bouse on the sideline. Chris Rozans leading up for James Pearce. Desi Can having a break this match.
Speaking of having a break, I'm just going to vacate temporarily here. Greenie, I'm going to hand over to the Hall of Famer himself, Mark Casey, find out how he's been rolling them today, and I'll be back shortly. But
I can't wait for this, Benny.
Magnificent Mark Casey.
This will be fun. It's great to finally get him back in the commentary box. He's been out there rolling a couple down. Case, tell us how you've been going today.
Yeah, Greenie, it's good to join you. It's a bit different for me, this event, actually, here as a player. So, yeah, just absolutely loving it, to be honest. It's a different sort of thing for me, but, yeah, no, really enjoying it. And so far, we're going along nicely. We've won 4 out of our 6, so anytime you're sort of in front of the ledger there, you're going well. So, yeah, no, it's really good.
And you've been leading up?
Yeah, and I'm leading up for Ali. So obviously Ali, we all know how much of a shot maker he is. One of the world's best. So, yeah, no, really enjoying leading. Not so much my first game earlier today, but, yeah, no, I've thought I've played pretty well the last 2, so...
And tactically, the new addition for this event with that 3-metre range where you can move the mat. Have you been moving it around much, or tell us what you've been doing?
I think it's one of the best rules that we've sort of brought in, to be honest. It's because we all know if we're playing the same length, it does get, quite easy, to be honest. So now we can...
Good shot there. And is it going to be... Did that go out, Case? I think it did. So it's going to be re-spot. So you get 3 points there for the toucher, and that bowl stays live in the ditch. As we see the re-spot there from James Pearce, and it's Peter Taylor holding shot. So a further 3 points. So the ledger there for Exodus, they open their scoring and they move along to 6.
Yeah, so we've been moving the mat around a little bit. Just sort of don't really like getting the opposition out of the rhythm. So it's working for us so far.
Any insight into the lineups for your final 2 matches tonight?
I think I might be playing the last 2 with Shannon, I think. So Ellie's played 6, so that's another rule that's been brought in. All players have to play a minimum 6 games, which is another, I think it's a great a great thing. It really makes sure that you've got 3 really strong players. Yeah, so I think I'm going to be playing the last 2 with Shannon, which will mean that Shannon and I will play 5 each today, and Ali will finish the day on 6.
And the makeup, will Shannon lead for you, or will you lead for Shannon?
Good shot there from Leroy. I think I'll be skipping the last 2. But yeah, I'd yet to confirm. I sort of rushed over as soon as we completed that game against Moama then, so we'll sort of see what happens when we get to the rink next game. Close here, just needs a little bit of connection. He's got it.
Enough for, well, definitely second.
Second, yeah.
Great correction there from James Pearce. It's a bit hard to obviously say now you're on the playing side of things, but is there anyone who's impressed you that you've seen so far?
Yeah, it's quite difficult because I've obviously only seen the players that I played against, but the game that Jeremy Henry played against us earlier today, he was incredible. So I'm not sure how he's gone to the rest, but it's good to see him sort of skipping as well. You know, he's normally playing for obviously for the Gorillas. He's here with Kawana this time, his new club.
Yeah, he was impressive on the stream
Was
a few matches ago as well. Although he did have a heap of room with his last bowl, and because the match was won, he didn't play it. So we've marked that down, and we're going to go have a look back through the golden touch at the end of the event and see if it comes back to bite him. Good shot here from Schreiner. He gets it down as well. Guaranteed first and second. So Lee Schreiner had the morning off, and he's into play now.
Yeah, I think he had a little bit of a sleep in. Missed the first 5 games, so Lee will need to play the remaining 6 games for Exodus.
So a handy start here, 21-3 for Exodus, and you can never write them off. And even though this year there is no Aaron Sheriff, I mean, you look at the team: Peter Taylor, Lee Schreiner, and Matthew Bouse. A couple of the other scores: Adelaide Heat, early stages, a 6-0 lead over Aussie Cool Ruse. Wildcard 0, Trail Warilla 3. Once again, early stages of the match as well. Aussie Cool Joies and the Melbourne Falcons. It's the Joies in front 3-0. Glencairn Colts 24 lead Musgrave Pelicans 9. And the NC Raptors 17 and leading the Carlo Koalas 13 after one end.
And what about yourself, Granny? You've obviously seen a lot of the bowls on the TV rink. Who's been the...
Well, the beauty is now we don't actually need so much of a memory. We can go through our sheets and have a look. But I spoke about Jeremy Henry. Mitch Sidebottom, just a couple of matches ago. He had 6 touches during the match. So there's a couple of players who are really racking up the touches. But I think this year the field is probably the best it's been. Overall, the teams, there's not much between them. And I wouldn't be surprised to see probably the highest number of different finalists that we've ever had. Great shot there from Peter Taylor. I think of the 8 quarter-finalists, I think we're going to see a range of teams throughout the 3 events. I wouldn't be surprised if 3 event winners either.
Yeah, that'd be good. And you're right, there's definitely no easy games. Oh, unlucky there. Couldn't play it any better.
So a further 3 here for Exodus. And Exodus just moving along nicely here, 24-3. Of course, Section B, that's the section you're in, case you'd be very happy with the 2 Deer Park Club franchises. Obviously, yourself in the blue side in 5th, and the brother or sister franchise team, Deer Park Club Gold. They're top of the table. Great shot there from Lee Schreiner.
There's one of the players probably we'll see a lot of as this event progresses this week. Joies Norris, once again, in really good touch so far here on day one. So Lee will be looking for another close one here. The two blue ones, you can see that they can go. They get the split. If Pearce gets a split on the two blues, they can go.
He's getting back to the jack here himself. He's going to give it away.
Oh, wow.
So 3 points for the toucher, although from holding first and second, now they only hold third shot. The Wolves first and second.
Yeah, it's a big change, that one. An opportunity here for James Pearce to
Well, he looks pretty good here too, Case.
get another one.
Schreiner will be going at those bowls, Mark.
Yeah, they've got the back one, Exeter, so any connection on that front orange bowl is what he'll be after. Backhand, big weight.
Just controlling it down that line. What's the connection?
Fraction wide, unlucky.
So they've got third shot out of it, but the same bowl from Pearce here, and it'll see first, second and third in an ultimate end.
And all of a sudden, we'll see this score really tighten up here, Greeny. It was sort of getting away from the Wolves.
Oh,
All
can he
of
get a
sudden-
toucher? Oh, did that
unlucky.
touch? First, second and third, as you said, it's going to tighten right up here. After two ends, the score 30-21.
Yeah, massive change in this game. It's a little bit unlucky, Trainer, but probably a little bit tight what he was looking for. Looking for connection on the orange ones. Now back to 9 the difference.
And also, there was a poll created online earlier. May or may not have the full results yet, but I know it was 97% at one stage. And the viewers want to see you on the live stream, Case. So when are you going to give the viewers what they want?
I think last game tonight, I haven't had a good look, but I think last game tonight we're on. I think I'll be playing, but kind of want to stick to the lead. I want to stick leading, but we'll see what Shannon wants to do.
Yes, you are. Final game of the night on the TV ring. Beautiful. The viewers haven't got to wait long at all. It'll be about an hour and a half. Really solid display here from all four players. And just as you thought that Exodus might make a little bit of a run for it and a push, the Wolves have created something out of nothing, really. Unfortunate from Schreiner, just back cutting the jack. Further points, no.
Seems the players, the heads here seem a lot better than the front green. It's probably a good second and a half quicker on this TV rink. Smaller green.
Just missing the line there. Holding two, but... Okay, so he's going to have a look out there, try and get around. Well, it wouldn't have been an issue, really, to draw down and draw a touch yourself. I mean, you've got to continue extending that score. Because as it is, you do leave that open. But, as Lee has said to Peter, you give yourself a look down there. So he's chucked one down on that side now if he does need to use it in N5. He's got some sort of idea of the line. And maybe not even for this match, maybe a future match.
Yeah, 3 really good bowls there from Peter Taylor.
So lead shot. That's 3 in a row. Ends 1, 2, and 3 going the way of Exodus, and that's 9 points. So that's pretty much all the margin is from those points at the lead crossover.
Just under the weight. It's another part of this, obviously the format. And leading today, it really makes it clear that it's just great format that leads are really involved. I know myself leading up, sort of, you're playing a little mini game of singles as well. So just creates that little extra interest and excitement. It's a good shot there from Lee.
James Pearce down on his forehand, just looking for that extra touch of weight. But as we've seen so often today, and we will see for the next couple of days, just bowls sailing touch high on that side. Have a quick look at some of the other scores. Case, we've got Adelaide Heat have opened up a very nice early buffer over the Aussie Cool Ruse, 24-3 there. The wildcard 29, and Wirral 16. The Joies 24, the Falcons 24. Nothing separating those two teams after 2 ends. Halfway through end number 4 between the Musgrave Pelicans and the Flemken Colts. It is the Colts 48 and the Pelicans 33. And end 2 has just been completed in the match between the NCE Raptors and the Carlo Koalas, and it's the Raptors who lead 33-18. Just on that high side once again. So first and second for Exodus at the moment. If they could grab third shot here in an ultimate end, that'll take them a long way towards winning this match here. Just a touch shy. So the Wolves will, well, has he snuck under there?
I reckon he might have backdoored this. It's close. Once again, the players don't have a measure.
It's incredible how many times it happens.
I was guilty for that today, so I can't say too much. I reckon he might have done enough here, Lee Strainer, just to draw underneath that to make a counter. I think it's been Peter Taylor, isn't it? Really putting the pressure on up front.
Absolutely, and it is first, second, and third. Exodus here, a commanding lead. And there's an ultimate end on end number 3. They'll move along to 51. It'll be 51-21, 30 points the margin.
Yeah, great singles player, Taylor. So no surprise here that he's really put the pressure on the Western Wolves.
Okay, so that's something that we've noticed over the years, and that end there for the Wolves, there was 0 points scored. So no lead crossover, there was no toucher, and there was no points at the conclusion of the end. Very rarely will you win a match if you haven't at least scored something during an end. There's just so much extra pressure applied. As you can see, that margin, they really start to blow out. They're still fighting here, though.
Yeah, big end this one. $30 the difference, but they win the last 2 ends. They're every chance of bridging this gap. Taylor again, and the toucher, outstanding.
Just that consistent pressure. Time after time. See, the beauty too, they're leading by 33. And they've covered over the direct route to the jack. So while obviously they'd be quite happy with their front toucher, it's also really limiting the Wolves' scoring opportunities here.
Well, the Wolves have had a great day too. So,
Yeah, well, they won their first 5.
yep.
Yeah, really good shots there, Peter Taylor. Big chance here.
I really feel like he needs to get the shot here, Greenie.
And that's the beauty of Taylor's first bowl. You know, like it's sailed through to the back, but it's around near the tee. And what it meant was Roseanne's has to play this with just that weight to crack it.
Played it well.
And he's done just that.
That's a great
shot. Chris Roseanne's just a little tick. A little 3 points. Just keeps them ticking along. Much better than the other option, and that was a further 3 points to their opponents. Well, we can have a quick measure here, Case, just to make sure.
That bowl must have fell back of Taylor's.
Either that or now that they've got a measure, they just want to use it.
Yeah. Well, it is one to Exodus.
Okay, so receiving on the screen, but Exodus with the 3 points for the lead shot at the crossover there. And that margin just starts to creep out once again. Big one here from Pearce. Yeah, needs to get there first, trail the jack around the corner.
Any touch on the jack here. Oh, it's a magic effort. Perfect weight for what he was after. How's Benny been going in the commentary box today, mate?
Killing it, mate. Brilliant, Benny, as always. We haven't pointed out too many stats of yours. We're saving that for day 2 when we can have a real good look tonight and pick it to pieces.
Just have a look at the ends one as a leader, just quietly, please.
In the first game?
In all 3 that I've played, thanks.
Really?
11 out of 15 is not bad.
You're not counting or anything,
No,
are you?
no, I wasn't
it's
counting.
just-
Oh, he's unlucky. Didn't need the touch on the bowl.
Well,
He
then
has opened it up.
that does. I do go back then to the next 2 games and the combination of you and Shannon. Well, maybe you should just keep leading. You could turn that 11 out of 15 into, oh, you could turn it into 21 out of 25.
Nah, I wouldn't have thought so.
Touches, how the touches going?
I was going all right before that game. I didn't get any touches in that last game, but I won 4 out of 5 ends. But
Boys did mention that.
yeah, first 2 games, got a few, but anyway, back here, he needs the jack. He needs any little trail in the jack, gets him back into this game. Otherwise, it will be all over.
His chances,
Is it going to turn?
well, he can use the bowls, but just too high.
Weight was good again.
Okay, waiting for confirmation here. 4th end. Only 1 end remains. And it looks like it's going to be a big lead for Exodus heading into the 5th and final end, 70-26.
Yeah, so this will be a win for Exodus. Important one too, Greenie. Started off a little bit slow, but the boys are coming good now. This will be their 4th win for the day.
Big thing too is the differential. So they want to really have a solid end here and finish it off. Currently at -4, 3 wins, 3 losses, -4, 9 competition points, and in 6th spot just above the bubble.
Chris only millimetres away from the jack, but just no touch. And the other way around, the Wolves have had a great day. They're plus 136, so any points that they can score in this last end will be a bonus for them. Good bowling. You'll give this a chance here, Taylor.
He loves these shots too, Case. Great weight. Finishes in brilliant spot. They won't mind that 3 against for the lead shot at the crossover because they know the match is secured, but it gives them just those further opportunities here. Gives Sharena a real good look at it.
It's good bowling. Just needs to get up to the blue. He's done that. It's his first points for the game here for Chris, so he'd be happy with that. Chance here for Lee Schreiner. Jack back. We have 3 to 4 feet. Sits one of the orange ones.
Next up, we'll have the Dandenong Club up against Bura.
And then we've got the Melbourne Falcons after that. Hopefully we can see young Harry Coleman again.
He's touched the jack.
It. Yeah, he did touch it. And a quick shout out to our volunteer on this rink, Ayla. Good to see her volunteering. Another fantastic junior bowler here in Victoria. Going to be joining our academy too, Greenie. Spoke to her mum, Louise, earlier, moving down to Melbourne.
Oh, that's fantastic news, and it is great to have the juniors and all those involved with the volunteering. He's touched it again.
Well, I know what Lee will be doing again. He'll be searching again here with his last.
Yeah, we quite often speak about the bowlers in the event Case, but we've got some of the best volunteers going around, and the opportunities that are provided for the volunteers, whether it be the markers or the shot clock or our main man, Filthy Phil, who does everything from construction and maintenance and fixing bits and pieces to the switchboard through every live stream match. We've got the best volunteers, and it's great to see them, how close they are to the action. Shrain, a big weight, and he misses wide. So the points on offer here for the Wolves, that they'll look to secure an ultimate end and drag that margin back. And if it's just something they can take away from this match is that 5th and final end. Exodus had all their own way in the ends prior to that. Oh, big win here. Could have been bigger. So the Wolves will be happy to drag that back a bit. Exodus will be happy with the win because it'll be a further 3 points in the win column, the all-important win column. We'll let you head off, Case, because we know you've got a big game coming up. You've got to try and keep that winning streak of ends going. But thanks very much, mate. We might get you back later in the event.
Thanks, Greenie. Good luck tonight, mate. I'll put over... Call Benny Jones. I think he's walking back after dinner. But have a good night.
Okay, Adelaide Heat 51 and the Aussie Cool Ruse 36. You can see those current scores. You can see them now. You can see them whenever you like. ultimatebowlschampionship.com.au/scoreboard. All those current scores. So it'll give you the scores, which are nice and clear there. But it'll also tell you who is holding first, second and third shot, because we know how important that is. At the league crossover, whoever's holding shot grabs 3 points. At the conclusion of an end, 10 points for first, 5 points for second, 3 points for third. You get first, second and third. It's 18 points and an ultimate end. So next up, Dandenong Club and Bura. The Raptors look like they'll hold on to a nice little victory there. Ooh, a close one there between the Musgrave Pelicans and the Flemken Colts. 67-65, just 2 points in that match away of the Colts. Still anyone's match, the Aussie Cool Joies and the Melbourne Falcons. Wildcard 54, Wirrilla 42, and that game's been completed. There was a final bowl toucher from Wirrilla, but the wildcard team held on courtesy of the second shot bowl, 59-58. And what that means is the wildcard side will probably, they'll jump up into the top 6 once that match runs through, and it does. So they're up into 4th spot, equal 4th spot, exact same record as Exodus, and that is 4 wins, 3 losses, plus 25 margin. Benny, tell us how your experience was just then. How was the buttered chicken, the papadum, the rice?
Yeah. Oh, well, exquisite, as I expected. We always get well looked after here at Moama. But yeah, just sort of getting back up to speed with a few of the results I've missed. But yeah, look at that again. The Western Wolves have dropped 2 in a row after winning their first 5. They're now no longer on top. The Raptors have taken that spot, 6-1. And yeah, as you touched on, the wild card from 6th, or 7th, in fact, to 4th, after a one-shot win over Wirrilla, which is just a huge result. We talk about the beauty of having the wildcard team involved, and obviously giving them an opportunity to take on some of the very best in the game, and you won't get many better lineups than the Wirrilla Gorillas. So great result there for the UBC wildcard team, and yeah, things are starting to really actually heat up there a bit in that section A. Whereas this morning it looked as though there were going to be a couple of clear-cut teams in the Wolves and the Gorillas just marching out in front. Well, now it's gotten a little bit more tight, and certainly you look at positions 4 through 8. I'd suggest that the Musgrave Pelicans are going to probably struggle. They're 5 behind 6th place Adelaide Heat at the moment. But it looks as though the rest of the 6 is still very much up for grabs. We've got Melbourne Falcons. They're on 10 points. Picked up a bonus point, which may come in handy later on in this preliminary round of matches. And the Flemken Colts also sitting there on 12, but just outside the top 6 by points differential. So, yeah, all to play for. Still 4 games left to go. There is still...
Down to 3 now, Benny.
Or 3 now. Yeah, that's right. There's only the 10, of course. Yep.
Oh, sorry, 3. Three
four
matches
group
tonight.
Games. Yeah, that's right. The 4 group games for these sides, plus, of course, Adelaide and Aussie Cool Ruse, which are just wrapping up their game. And once they've done that, that will complete 7 round-robin matches in this Section A. But, yeah, as you touched on, Greenie, we're about to turn our attention to Section B. And that's Dandenong up against Bura. And massive game for Bura to stay in touch with the top 6, maybe even find themselves inside the top 6 with a win. And the Dandenong club, a perennial powerhouse of this competition, they are sitting at the bottom of the table with just the 1 win from their 6 matches. And I can only assume they've gone down in some very close games because their point differential is actually still quite solid.
Yeah, I think at the conclusion of tonight's matches, we're going to get a real good look at the teams who... I think there might be one or two teams who are pretty much already locked in. There'll be a couple of teams who, well, they'll be starting to focus on the next two. They'll be starting to focus on the next two events. And then there's teams who are sort of hoping for some results and, you know, trying their best. But it'll really start to take shape after sort of the next hour and a half of bowls.
So we had a look at Bura a little bit earlier on today on the TV rink. This will be the first time we get a look at the Dandenong Club. Still to confirm their lineup, although we can pretty safely suggest that it'll be Benny Winther and Joshua Corliss representing Bura, who flew out of the blocks. They were 3-0. They've dropped their last three. So, as I said, big game for them to stay within sight of the top six, but also just to halt this little bit of losing momentum that they have at the moment.
Yeah, so Jack McShane, he's locked in for the Dandenong Club. Of course, the World Bowls indoor singles champion. And it looks like it'll be Aaron Betts, who needs a watch.
Yeah, it's been actually running pretty smoothly so far as hitting our markers for game start times. But as the day gets longer, perhaps everyone getting a little bit more tired and not quite as attentive. This game should have started about 10 minutes ago.
So it is Aaron Betts, former Scottish under-18 representative, teaming up with Jack McShane for the Dandenong Club. They'll be using the blue bowls and, of course, the orange bowls. Benny Winther, former Aussie pairs champ, and previous Vic representative Joshua Corliss. And Benny Winther has just started off with a toucher as he finished last time. He was on the TV rink.
Well, I reckon he even might have started that game, certainly with a very early toucher. So, yep, he's dialed in straight away. And now it'll be Aaron Betts leading off for Dandenong.
Tell you what, that could be an interesting award. The person who gets the most touches on the live stream ring. It might be a bit hard because it's not everyone gets the same opportunities.
Yeah. You would then have to, you almost have to do it on aggregate, divide it by per games played. And
we could come up with some
that could be yours, Greg.
ratio,
I mean, I'm still very happy with my Golden Glove, which it will get off the ground one day.
It's just that added incentive of once you're on the TV ring,
it's a bit
start hunting the jack.
Bit of showtime, bit of me time, bit of razzle dazzle.
How about post-toucher celebration? We see the post-try and post-goal celebrations.
Start bringing that into play. And then we can leave it up. Maybe leave that to sort of the viewers to decide on the TV rink here. I mean, how creative are these guys and girls going to get, I wonder? You'd have to put a cash incentive up for them or a drink card or something.
We can organise something.
So again, it's just a little testing out start by both leads. Ben Winther and Aaron Betts. We would have enjoyed today's weather. It's a bit of a Scottish summer type weather.
Oh, Betts, he's the first opener, just a rangefinder, and he's on top of it now. No touch-up, but it'll be 3 points there to Dandenong for the lead shot at the crossover, and it is 3 apiece early days here.
Check in and see got a few still following along on our Facebook page. Merv Howe watching from Bega, New South Wales. Muldoon Koira, Kairua. I'll go with Kairua. Muldoon watching from the Cook Islands. One of my best mates just went to a destination wedding at the Cook Islands about 2 weeks ago. Said what you see in the postcards and on the travel shows, paradise, doesn't do it justice.
So good, huh?
Brilliant. Susie Coleman saying, go the Melbourne Falcons. So,
and especially young Harry, I'm guessing.
I would imagine so. So don't forget, you can find us on Facebook. You want to let us know where you're watching on from, who you're cheering for, your thoughts on the UBC format. Maybe you've got, like Greeny, some left field suggestions on how we can sexy it up a little bit. We'd love to hear from you on the Facebook. Also, YouTube. As I said, if you're looking to multitask tomorrow when you're back at work and you don't want the boss knowing, just have the split screen, the YouTube off to the side, and they'll be none the wiser. It's great to have so many people tuned in from right around the globe. Speed of the green, please.
Oh, we'll have to ask the players. We'll have Ali in here next up.
We'll find that out for you, Anina. We'll get Ali's thoughts, having played on both the main green and our TV ring. If there's any subtle differences there. Andrew Leota says, hi from Putaruru, New Zealand. Go Southern Stars. I hope I pronounced that right for you there, Andrew.
Big weight here from Corliss in the area just on the high side. Misses through the gap there, the blue and the orange you see on screen. No change to the head.
And the last one here from David Burton, watching from Turner's Beach Bowls Club. Go the Sharks. Thank you, David. Thanks for your comment and thanks for tuning in.
Okay. First, second, third it is.
Ultimate end to start.
The Dandenong Club. Huge start. Ultimate end. 21 points. Young Cooper Sutton's back on the green. He's got the little tablet in hand.
Yeah, we couldn't have an event like this without our fantastic scorers and officials that give up their time, some for the entire 6 days, and make sure that everything here runs nice and smoothly so the players can just get out there and do what they do best. So the start of this second end, great start for Dandenong Club.
Okay, we know he loves a toucher with his first bowl. Can he do it again, Benny?
It's not far off, Greeny.
Can he do it
He's
again?
done it, yep.
He's done it again. First bowl, Benny, they call him.
Yeah, he's definitely on the start of each end so far. He's come up with the goods.
But I think it's just that he gives himself every chance of getting it. He plays a nice attacking line to the jack. He's playing a good weight where if he's missing, he's finishing in good areas.
Just got the obligatory text message from the other half, just checking to see if I have eaten. So it's nice to know, even though I'm away from home, that I'm still being thought of, despite I think Laura's attention's very much being consumed these days by a young Lewis. Just fair enough. I'm happy to take a back seat.
How is fatherhood going, mate?
Oh, it's the best. I'm sure I'm preaching to the converted. Any of the dads out there listening, it's been a whole lot of fun. It comes with its challenges, but I don't think anything worth doing or having in life doesn't come without a few of those. So he's great. He's 10 weeks old and he sleeps well through the night. Touch wood. Touch wood.
Especially this week.
Yeah, exactly. Well, his dad's hoping he'll sleep well. And then he remembered he was rooming with a certain sea green. So I don't know. It depends what time you're getting in, or are you a snorer? I can't remember. I've roomed with you before. You are a snorer. And there's not a... Previously, when we've roomed together, it's been in separate rooms.
Yeah.
This time, we're just in a room, separate beds, I might add.
Yeah, I'd keep the TV on, mate.
Yeah, the headphones in. I did propose that we get up early in the morning and go for a run. You weren't. I mean, you were lukewarm on the idea. That was.
Yeah. We'll reconsider that each day. We'll reconsider it.
And Matty Bouse got wind of that, and he said, give me a text in the morning. I'll come for a run. So I might take Bousey out. We'll go and run the streets of Echuca, Moama, and win the morning, win the day, Greeny.
Yeah, well, if you do, just pick us up a paper. So when I'm having my breakfast, I can have a nice little read.
Yeah, fair call. Fair call.
So there'd be another Collingwood membership in your household then? Yeah.
It was bought before the child arrived.
Yeah.
There's a thing now that the Victorian birth, deaths and marriages are doing where you can get your birth certificate sorted, but you can also get a commemorative
yes, I have
AFL-themed one. fair to say Laura wasn't overly thrilled when I was more excited about that birth certificate than the genuine one. And I printed it out 15 times and gave it to every family member I know. So, it was a given. I said there were 2 non-negotiables, Collingwood supporter, Liverpool supporter, and if he chooses to go down a different path.
I've seen the Liverpool kit.
Yeah, but it's been put away the last few weeks because we're an absolute rabble at the moment.
I'm actually surprised you brought that up. No,
Yeah.
I thought you were going to keep that quiet.
No, when you're a fan, you're a fan. Good times and bad, but at the moment it's pretty bad. He hasn't had much to enjoy the last 10 weeks, really. But yes, those were the things I was firm on. And I said if he chooses to go down a different path, that's fine. He'll just have to work out how to get food on his own table and a roof over his head because, his mum thought she was funny when she said, well, what if he decides to barrack for Carlton? I said, well, he'll be moving out of home very quickly if that's the case. But, anyway, it's again another dominant end at the moment for Dandenong. They hold first and second shot. They've got an 18-shot lead.
Yeah, one of those ends where Bura probably just missed their weight. Like you see the line there. 4 of those 5 bowls, they're either just under or just over the line by less than a foot. In some cases, just a couple of inches. It's just the weight, though. But great opportunity here. There is still plenty of room. But these early stages, trailing by 18,
yeah,
you don't want to let the game get away from you.
Yeah, it can happen very quickly, too. An ultimate end. Just such a momentum builder.
Just needs the underneath the front. He's done enough for second shot. So there will be some sort of points heading in their direction.
Yeah, just to see on your screen, initially there you had the third shot bowl split down the middle. That's what our scorers will do if they're just not 100% sure. They don't want to assume that one's closer than the other. They'll let the players have a look and assess, and if they can make the decision, so be it. Otherwise, of course, we then call for the measure. But when you see the split bowl, that's what that will indicate. It's just a little bit too close to call for our scorers, our markers. But it is Dandenong who still hold a comprehensive lead after 2 completed ends, and it's a nice start to this third end.
Attention now turns to Benny Winther's first bowl.
That's right. First bowl, Benny. Can he do it 3 ends in a row? Watching it intently.
Oh, I don't think he's getting down this time. But once again, you see that weight. He just plays that weight over and over again.
And the line where that bowl, it's absolutely perfect. See in the background there, it's still pretty breezy here in Moama. Rain, we've had a few little showery periods that have passed. No issue for the players as far as the rain's concerned, obviously being undercover, but I've heard a few comments that the wind's a little bit gusty. They don't think it's affecting the bowls on this TV rink, but I heard one of the boys from the Southern Stars just said it's just more annoying than anything because it's probably not affecting the bowl, but maybe getting them as they're delivering, coming through. So now it's Benny Winther again. Can he be second bowl, Benny, this time around? This looks to be tracking just a little high, but it's going to end up with shot. Yep. So no toucher, but a shot nonetheless, with 1 each to come from our leads here in this third end. Yeah, we are hoping we will have, this looks good, this is on track, brilliant bowling.
Aaron Betts, toucher there, holding shot, so
yeah,
their score just moving along nicely. Plenty of room here for first bowl, Benny.
Yeah, I was going to say, this is plenty of target area for Ben Winther to work with, so while they may hold the lead shot at the moment, Bura, be interesting to see whether they'll hold on to it. This is trying to work underneath. I don't think it's going to. So they will pick up a pretty handy 6 shots there. Just, again.
Third in a row. Yeah. Lead shot the way of the Dandenong Club.
Yep.
So 43-11. Halfway mark of this match. Let's have a quick little glimpse at some of the other scores. Benny, we've got Broadbeach 29, lead Port Sorell 19. Moama Green 21, Kawana 51. Moama Black 46, Deer Park Club Gold 29. Southern Stars 18. And Deer Park Club Blue 24. And the Lawn Bowls to you Windsor Centurions 32 lead the Golden State 22.
So Bundura really needing something to happen here. You'd think something along the lines of an ultimate end, not asking too much, but that's effectively what they're going to need to stay in touch. 32 the deficit. And Dandenong could effectively run away with this game here in this third end. See what Jack McShane can send down. Currently holding first and third, Dandenong.
Just down the weight here. Okay, Josh Corliss, 2 bowls remaining in this end. And they need to be good ones, Benny. Oh, it's a confident stride after it. Just missing that weight once again. Starting to slip away this match.
Yeah. As we've mentioned throughout, though, just have to keep playing these out, particularly in the case of Bundura, who are in and around the cusp of the top 6. Just cannot afford to have a really bad match where the score blows out, your points differential goes down the wazoo, and all of a sudden not only is it points you're chasing, but also shots to maybe sneak into a 6th spot. And straight out of the hand there. Josh Corliss wasn't happy with that. So looks like Dandenong are going to extend this lead even further. And with 2 ends to play, they lead by 40. Now it sort of becomes, I guess, Greenie, a little bit of damage control for Bundura on the cusp of the top 6, but they're certainly not going to be jumping into it on the back of this result.
Yeah, Dandenong, they've only had 1 win prior to this match. All must be reasonably close matches because only minus 29.
And that's the point I made when we ran through that table earlier, is Moama Green, who are actually 1 spot above them with a bonus point to differentiate the two, have actually got a minus 107 for and against, as opposed to Dandenong's minus 29. So, yeah, they've obviously been competitive and close in a lot of matches. It just hasn't fallen their way, and that, again, is sometimes the case at UBC. You either get the rub of the green or things just don't sort of fall your way.
It's no surprise when you see the Broadbeach Bulls with plus 85 differential, sitting in 3rd place, 4 wins, 2 losses. Aaron Sheriff, no matter what side he's in, their differential is generally one of the top
high-scoring games. Yeah. Yeah, it's quite incredible, the standings at the moment. You've got the top 2 teams have just got differentials of plus 13 and plus 12. You know, that indicates that they've been involved in a series of very close matches. So this could be the section that might be the hardest to pick as far as who's going to be the real danger in this event 1. Could be a really good spread, and come the knockouts, particularly those preliminary finals, before we get to the quarters.
Great shot. Benny Winther changing things up just with a second bowl toucher.
Second bowl, Benny. It's 3 important shots to Bundura. They just need to make every post a winner here on the run home.
Okay, chance here for Benny to grab some even more points, because there will be 3 for the league crossover. And he'd love to get himself another toucher, which will be a further 3. Need to grab any of the points on offer at the moment.
Yeah, and it looks like a bridge too far, but They end up with lead shot here. You get back to 34. If you could somehow manage an ultimate end, maybe pick up a toucher as well. There's 21. Now you could have it back to within 13 or 15 going into that final end, and that's gettable. Anything beyond sort of that, you feel like that 15 shots going into a final end, it's just asking too much, but still a lot to play out here. They hold first and second. But Josh Corliss could do something special here in the back of this fourth end. May not quite be game over, and I'm sure Dandenong are aware of that.
Yeah, they've got it in them. No doubt about that. Just leaving the door open here too.
What can Joshy Corliss do here? Can he just build the pressure? It seems odd to say that to a team that's 34 shots to the good. He's not happy with the weight. He just isn't, I don't think, going to give this a chance to get to the jack. They still will hold first and second. Would dearly love an ultimate end and a toucher just in here somewhere while keeping Dandenong at bay. I'm sure that Jack McShane has other ideas and can just about close the door here if he likes.
Just on the wider side of things, starting to rip now.
It's really starting to go, but it's going to just miss on that high side.
It's a better third.
Yeah.
So there is positives there.
Still 2 to come from Josh Corliss, one of which is on its way. He's following it down. Definitely, I don't think he'll be short with this bolt. Is it going to turn enough? Not quite. And in the end, just a little heavy as far as the Dandenong third blue bowl there is concerned. So they're going to possibly eat into this deficit, but I don't know if at the moment it's going to be anywhere near enough. Let's see what happens here. 2 bowls to come to complete the fourth end. UBC 2025 underway here. In Echuca, Moama. Oh dear.
First, second and third now for Bura. And Benny Boy.
I called it. I said that ultimate end. Now this is the interesting little play here. Does Josh Corliss look to work in a toucher, pick up another 3 with the ultimate end? That would be 21 points, which would take them to within 13, as I alluded to, about halfway through this end. It's going to take a good shot. It's almost a free swing. I reckon it's the weight.
Just shy, but they're back in it.
They are. So the margin will be, as we said, just 16 now. And I said that 15 to 16, you feel like you're half a chance. It's still tough, but you feel like you're half a chance. And they've given themselves at least a sniff, Bura. That was a big end for them. 24 they added to their tally. Dandenong, duck egg.
They might just do it.
Yeah,
Dandenong Club, with the way that I was speaking to Case in the previous match, that very rarely can you win a match if you don't score any points on an end. They've just scored 0 on that end. And they had that lovely little buffer, though.
They did. Obviously still shy of that bonus point territory too. Something else to keep in mind. But again, they do have a nice cushion. It's not a brilliant cushion, but it's nice enough, and just some intelligent bowling here, and they should be able to see it out. But the hot hand of Benny Winther, can he find another toucher or 2 and a lead shot to really make this one tight? This one's not going to turn enough. So the imposing figure of Ellie Forsyth approaching, which means, Greenie, you've got a break ahead of you shortly. It'd be great to catch up with one of the icons of the sport, one of New Zealand's finest.
No, he's a great guy, and he loves the commentary too. He's very good. He'll give those player insights, and
yeah,
he'll be able to tell you a lot about how the greens are running.
Yeah, I'm looking forward to actually putting that to him, because I only hear a few comments in passing wandering around the arena, and sometimes can be a bit of a mixed bag, but Ali's had a little bit of experience out here on the TV rink. Obviously has played predominantly behind us on the main green, but yeah, just to dig a little deeper into the subtle differences. Now, Benny, can he get this to the jack? I reckon he can.
And stay with it.
Hold it. Ooh.
And he still gets the toucher, though.
He got the toucher, and I reckon Josh Corliss not committing to giving that a thumbs up or a thumbs down. And as you can see on our screen now, the split colours of the blue and the orange means that he's just too close to call. Margin 13.
Benny's got the parcel. He's got the toucher with the first, the second, and the third.
There you go. Oh, this is a good response.
Look at this return serve.
Oh, he got it too.
He doesn't want it. He's got the toucher, though.
Toucher, but lead shot to Bura. Is that how that's going to fall? I think it might.
Well, if it was close before,
yeah,
surely
there you
it's
go.
got to be.
So it was a win with a loss, but basically a break even. So 13 the margin. Skips to come. Back end of the fifth, and still anyone's game. Tell you what, a toucher here from Josh Corliss would put a cat amongst the pigeons early on too.
Yeah, I think Josh would agree he's been below his standards in this match so far, but it's only going to take a couple of bowls here and he can win the match for them.
Yeah. He was sort of, I think, pretty keen on that about halfway down. Just tailed in late. Now to Jack McShane. I'm sure he'd just love a toucher as well, and just to trail that Jack through to his blue bowls there towards the back of the head. This one's just going to go a little to the high side. Good weight. Still 13. Bura holds shot, but that won't be enough. In fact, first and second wouldn't be enough. They need a toucher in here somewhere, or an ultimate end, but the toucher, it's not coming there.
Just been the story of the game, really. Just missing those little chances.
TV rink up next. We'll have the Melbourne Falcons taking on the Aussie Ruse. That's round 8, section A. It'll be the second last match in our group games tonight. Last match for section A, and then we will have section B with Ali in action, actually, Deer Park Blue. Maybe, maybe he's having the game off, so it'll be Mark Casey, which is, I think, really the moment we've all been waiting for. I did Case here on the TV ring.
I did say to Case there was a poll out earlier today, and I think it was 97% in favour of get the great man on the show rink.
He'll team up with Shannon McElroy to take on Golden State. The makeup of their team we'll find out in due course, but you'd imagine Dan Lemez wouldn't miss an opportunity on the TV ring.
Oh, no way. Big Dan the man. He's the heart and soul of Golden State.
So they're going to fall shy of the ultimate end here, Bura. And
it was a spirited fight, though.
It was. And look, effectively, I mean, Jack doesn't really have to play this, but he might just send it out wide, out of harm's way, and that's effectively what he's done. So it's going to be a nail-biter in the end. There's only going to be one shot separating the two sides. So what looked like it was going to be a blowout at one stage ended up becoming an absolute thriller, but it is Dandenong who salute. Just wait for the official confirmation, but I've got 62-61.
Geez, you're good.
Yeah.
That maths.
Mate,
I tell you what, you've been working hard.
You notice I paused there ever so slightly as I just glanced up at the screen, hoping the scoreboard would update. So there you go. Big win for Dandenong. Obviously just gives them something to take into hopefully a better day tomorrow. But for Bura, disappointing, and back to the pack a little bit.
Yeah, some of the current scores. Broadbeach 64, Port Sorell 56, Kiwana 70, Moama Green 53. So those two matches are completed. The other match there was Deer Park Club and Moama Black. Moama Black got the Chockies then. Deer Park Club Blue, 53. The Southern Stars, 34. So 3 bowls remaining there. Deer Park Club Blue look like they're in control. 19 in front on the board and also holding first, second and third. Windsor 60, Golden State 51. Still either team can grab that, but Windsor, the Centurions, they're holding first and second.
Yeah, and Ali just having a quick chat. He's just waiting for that game to finish, obviously, supporting his teammates there on rink 5. As you said, looks like they're pretty safe in that contest. Don't really think... there's still, I suppose, a reverse ultimate from where it stands right now and possibly a toucher, but should be good enough to go on and win. And we'll see the Melbourne Falcons up against the Aussie Cool Ruse. We had the Aussie Cool Joies out here a little bit earlier. I think the Aussie Cool Ruse actually kicked off this morning's action of the first game here on the TV rink. We've got Damo McGee, the previous winner of the UBC MVP. And he's going to be teaming up with Dean McWhinney. Little birdie tells me that it's already been a great weekend for Damien McGee. He had a nice little collect on the punt yesterday. And then to rub salt into the wounds of us mug punters, actually told us he put the bet on, and it was an okay sized bet. Let's put it that way. Forgot that he'd put it on, so then he put it on again, and the thing he backed won at $50 odd.
Wow.
So you do the math. It's a good mistake to make.
Ooh, yeah. just before we welcome the great Ali Forsyth in, I'll just run through the lineup. So it is Dean McWhinney leading up for Damien McGee, the orange side of things, and that is the Aussie Cool Ruse. And using the blue bowls this match, we have the Melbourne Falcons, and it looks like it will be Harry Coleman, young current Australian Junior Fours gold medalist, a member of the Deer Park Club and the Youth Academy. He'll be leading up for Dean River, who's British Isles under 25 singles gold medalist.
Well, Greenie, I think you've done a pretty good stint. You can go and grab some of that butter chicken and a little bit of rice and go and fuel yourself up for the last little section of the night. But we're going to welcome in Greenie's absence, one of the great names, not only in the UBC but of course lawn bowls in general, in Ali Forsyth. It's just chucking on the headset now, and we welcome him into the UBC 2025 coverage. Ali, great to see you. And day one, we're almost done and dusted here in beautiful Moama. Nice to be back after a couple of years. And as always, we just get so well looked after here. It's a brilliant event. It started nicely.
Yeah, they do. They do a fabulous job here, and it's always great to come up to Moama and chuck a couple of bowls down, a few goodies, a few roughies, and that's fairly normal.
Well, on that note, have there been more goodies than roughies so far for you and the team?
Yes, I'll say yes.
Yes.
We've played quite well without getting many touches, which is obviously a bit of a problem with this format.
Yeah.
It's keeping our games a bit closer than what we'd like, but we're sneaking over the line, so 5-2 at the moment.
This game here, Melbourne Falcons and Aussie Cool Ruse, off to a little bit of a scratchy start. But one thing that, and I will probably talk to you more at length about this, Ali, is we've found that bowlers coming onto this TV rink, and I look forward to hearing your point of view on the difference between the main rink behind us and then this one. The first few bowls, particularly from the leads, it's taken a little bit longer for them to find their range because of that slight, it may be even more than slight differential, some weather elements coming through. You've had a go out here.
Yep.
You've also had a go behind us. How have you found it so far?
It was certainly, this was a lot quicker than the other green. We played, I think, round 3 on this, and we couldn't stop them. It was considerable. It could be even second and a half quicker. But at least when we miss pass, which where the jack is currently. If you're missing pass, you're somewhere near that back respot. So it still gives you a couple of options. It makes it a little bit tricky. But look, at the end of the day, it's generally the same. Everyone's come from the same situation,
That's
so
right.
it's a matter of who adjusts quicker.
Yeah, absolutely. And the breeze, I mean, we've had a few little gusts coming through. Have you noted that even behind us? Has that been a factor at all? We're obviously undercover, so the rain's not an issue, but sometimes that breeze can swirl around a little bit.
I reckon we were lucky. We probably missed most of it. That breeze that came through was probably affecting the other section more. So we didn't get too much. It was a little bit on one of the big green out back. So, but yeah, we've been relatively fortunate in that regard.
So it was the Melbourne Falcons with the lead shot at the crossover. So they've opened the scoring in this one. They lead 3-0. Very early stages as our skips get into their work, starting with Damien McGee, one of the real characters of the UBC, skipping against Dean River in this contest. And your year, Ali, has it been? Obviously, since the last UBC, obviously a lot of bowls has been played since then. How have you gone? What have been some of the highlights?
Aussie Open 4's runner-up, I guess it's almost a highlight. Like we did so well to get there. Unfortunately, we had a bit of a stinker in the final, but that's always a chance of happening, and we just didn't pick up on that. But still a very enjoyable tournament. It's always a good time of the year to get up there and chuck a few down. Like there's generally not too much happening, down in Melbourne at that time of year. So
of course,
fortunate enough, I actually went over to Perth and played in the PBA for the first time.
Okay.
So managed to win a trip over to the UK, and I'm going early January.
Very nice.
So yeah, looking forward to that. So that's sort of all roads are sort of leading towards that at this stage. Sort of one of those things that when you plan your year out, you're trying to sort of peak at certain times, and because it's certainly when you're playing pennant and a lot of I've played a little bit up in New South Wales for East Maitland, and then played for Musgrave Hill in the Gold Coast pennant as well. So I was very lucky that actually I played in the Nugget as well, the Gold Nugget. It's the first time in many years that I played in the Gold Nugget, and very enjoyable. Didn't play that brilliantly, but against that high caliber opponent, your margin of error is pretty small.
Yeah, I can imagine. So the trip to the UK, is it literally just a trip to the UK, or is there a bowls element to it?
No,
you go over.
It's the World Indoor.
Okay, that's what I was thinking. I didn't know if they were just giving away a holiday. I assumed there'd be a bowls element to it.
It's the World Indoor. So I haven't. It's the first time I've ever tried to qualify.
Okay.
And, so the only qualifier in Australia is over in Perth.
There you go.
So I went over there. Was it mid-July? I think.
Yeah.
And
where are they being held?
So the World Indoors in just out of Norwich in England.
Okay. Yep.
So I'm going over. I'll actually land on the 2nd of January.
Yep. Right. Yeah. Okay.
Yeah. So it'll be nice and warm.
Yeah. Yeah. Pack the woolies. Pack the thermals. Yeah.
Got some family over there, so I'm going to spend a week getting rid of the old jet lag and catching up with family, and then I'll go over there a couple of days early and try and get on the green as much, because I actually haven't played much on portable rinks. Like I'm very used to the confined space that we have for TV rinks, whether it be the BPL or UBC style, which is it takes a while to get used to. Like pretty comfortable with that, but as far as actual portables go, I haven't played on them, so just trying to get on that as much as possible.
Yeah, so obviously you've got this week to attend to, and then obviously some club commitments, but then just a little bit of a downtime over Chrissy, probably just to recharge the batteries and get ready for this trip, because it sounds like it's going to be a fairly intense one. Yeah.
Well, highly probable I'm actually going to New Zealand for a week just to catch up with Dad. Not bowls related, just catch up with him and spend Christmas and be back just before New Year, because leave I think 4 o'clock on the 1st or something like that. So it'll be a bit of a crammed schedule, but
and the family over there, where are they based?
A bit all over the place, but mainly in the Gloucestershire area, around Tewkesbury. One other uncle that lives down near Stonehenge, a bit further south.
Right, awesome. Yeah, I imagine there's sort of family that obviously being on the other side of the world, you don't get the chance to see all that often. So how great that through bowls you're able to sort of tick both boxes, so to speak.
Absolutely.
So having a look at this one, about halfway through the second end, and it's the Falcons leading by 7, and also they'll extend that out to 10 with the lead shot at the crossover there, holding first and second. And teaming up with, as we said, the great man, Mark Casey, Hall of Fame inductee, and Shannon McElroy, obviously early stages of the week, but how have you found the trio? How are you combining so far?
Yeah, really good. Like Shannon and I always enjoy playing together. We haven't actually played that many games of pairs together, so just being able to forge that and we do combine really well. And the chance to play with Case is fabulous. Like I played with him probably one season back at Tarrant Point back in about 2008.
Yep.
So we've had many battles against each other, obviously, and not just domestically but also internationally. And it's great to be able to have a game with him.
It's I'm sure for you players, and I don't want to put words in your mouth here, Ali, but it's one of the great selling points of the UBC is that you do get the opportunity, obviously through club owners and drafts and however teams get picked, but players that you've either played a lot against, you get a chance to team up with, and vice versa. Even players that you've played a lot with, you get to match your skills against them, and ultimately have a bit of fun. We know there's some big prize money, so there is an element of seriousness to it as well. But that's also a great little element to this week.
Oh, definitely. Yeah, there's no shortage of banter with a few of the guys. So just that. Look, I mean, you look at a lot of these guys I've played pennant with and against over the last even month. So the chance to put a little needle in doesn't go astray from time to time.
Absolutely.
Because at some stage it's coming back to you. So
yeah, I was going to say, we're just looking forward to having Case here on the TV rink, because I think Greeny's got that glint in his eye that there might be a bit of that banter coming his way.
Oh, I could only imagine.
Yeah. I think we've been asking him to front up and play for the last 3 or 4 years, but of course, conflict of interest. But I'm glad finally common sense has prevailed, and he's out there having a roll.
Yeah, and he will play the last game. So.
Yes. We thought that might have been the case, so that's good to see. And you're going to have a spell?
Yep.
Yes.
Yep. I played the first 6, so I thought it was a good chance to get the other boys a few games in towards the latter part, and especially on the TV rink. It is so different. So just for everyone to get on there and have a look is ideal.
That's another thing as teams you have to factor in, of course, the minimum game requirements. You can't just have that third wheel who just goes and gets drinks all day and cheers from the sidelines. You have to all contribute a minimum number of games. So it's just another one of those things. Saying to Greeny, it can be probably tricky if you get on a bit of a run, and this format is so much about momentum. So you might pair up with someone and win 3 or 4 in a row. But then you kind of got to make the change, because otherwise you run into a position at the end of the round-robin games where, we haven't done the math here. And yes.
The more options you give yourself later in the tournament, the better you are. So, you don't want to be overloading one player especially. Because, it was 8 rounds today. So, you can nearly get everyone qualified in that one day. So the 3 games tomorrow are entirely, up to what's worked best.
What's worked well.
Yep.
So 2 completed ends. This is a tight contest. The Aussie Cool Ruse leading by 1 over the Melbourne Falcons. And again, something I've spoken to Greeny about. It's good to get a player's perspective, particularly that first section of matches where you play the 5 back-to-back. The momentum, how important, how hard it is to get, and how easy it is to lose. And often that can be not even as a result of poor play on your end or your team. It just, the other team gets a bit of a lucky break, or just something doesn't quite go your way, and it can all turn pretty quickly. We've seen teams fly out of the blocks and come back to the pack. We've also seen some teams start a little slower, and all of a sudden you look at the ladder at the moment going into overnight, and they're back in the mix, back in the hunt.
Well, you think about it, like one bowl can change nearly 36, 38, 39 shots. So you could be holding 18, and they get a toucher and make 18, and all of a sudden
it's a big swing, isn't it?
You've gone from the penthouse to the outhouse sort of thing. It can change that quickly.
Yeah.
We lost our first game on the last bowl, and we won our second game on the last bowl. That could have easily been either 2 wins or 2 losses, which changes everything. Psychologically as much as anything. Yeah.
So you take the good breaks when you get them, but know full well that there's every chance next time around
swings around.
It's not going to go your way.
Yeah. And you're just really trying to have that high price of, if you can stay above 50-50, you've had a good day.
So Dean McWhinney here with his 3rd and final bowl leading off here in this 3rd end, and currently they're holding the lead shot and all over it at the moment. So Harry Coleman, one of the young emerging stars of the game. What can he do here with his final delivery of this end? It's just going to fall underneath, and I think weight-wise mightn't be too bad for weight in the end, just a little shy. Another one of the aspects, Ali, that I was really keen to talk to you about is some of the talent coming through, and Greeny touched on the fact that it's really important grounding for these, say, kids, some young adults, young boys and girls, to come and play this format with you guys that have been there, done that, play against you, learn from you, ask for advice. How have you found that as another element of the UBC?
Oh, absolutely. Like, I was lucky enough, I was down in Tasmania a couple of weeks ago for the Champion of Champions, and the under-18s were playing at the same time, and the amount of talent and whatnot that were on display that week is incredible. And as you say, like, to be able to get, this is the best chance for them to learn.
Yeah.
And I think most of the states have done a really good job with getting the likes of Matty Flapper and Nathan Rice, Michael Wilkes and those guys involved with the under-18s to help them sort of fast-track their learning. But there's nothing like learning on the run and tournament and competition aspects. And this is, different to a conventional game, but still, it's a great way of learning that you've got to be able to make decisions on the fly, on the run, and each bowl each bowl means something.
Yes.
And I think that's sometimes when we get the 3 and 4 bowl disciplines, we get a little bit lazy with the odd bowl here and there. But putting a high price on every bowl, like a Leeds roll in this game is absolutely crucial. If you can get a toucher every end and win the crossover, you'll bring a great value to the side. So I think also in a lot of, domestic games, especially Pennon, that people misguidingly sort of undervalue playing front end in a game of fours, where it's still a very, very important skill. So you can sort of develop that in this format and get a better understanding of how important it is, because front ends will win games more often than not, and the back ends will decide by how many. And it's still generally the case in this format as well.
Yeah, some great disciplines you can take into your weekend play with your club and the experience you get from it. Because, again, and I don't want to show our ages here, Ali, but, you go back to when you were their age and whether that was you had the same feeling, whether the same pathways were there, or whether it was kind of just a kill or be killed. You kind of just get out there and hope for the best, whereas now it just feels as though there's a bit more of that relationship between the older and the younger players.
Right.
Wanting to bring them through, fast-track them through. And UBC's been a huge part of that as well.
Oh, it's terrific. And, like a lot of teams, so there's a lot of opportunities, and, it's how you take them. And once you get, they're just going to run out of puff there. He was one more roll there, he probably gets shot, and he's probably ended up with third.
Yeah, first and second going the way of the Ruse. So they just get their noses in front now by 19 with 2 ends to play. And having a little look around the rinks as well. The Joies, the other Aussie cool franchise team, they're trailing the Raptors by 6. They've had a great start to the event, the NCE Raptors. Carlo Koalas, another new franchise, the Flemken Colts, 36-18. Bura taking on Exodus, 2 of the powerhouses of the UBC, 30-24, so a tight battle as you'd expect between those two. The wildcard team, Ali, another great aspect of the UBC. They've started this event really well, 32-19 leading the Adelaide Heat, and Musgrave, 34, up against the all-conquering Western Wolves earlier today. They were 5-0. They've just come back to the pack slightly, but Musgrave leading that one 34-20. Any of the scores there that sort of stand out for you? Or jump off the page for you there?
No, I think it's a fair wrap. I think Musgrave are a very solid unit, and once they get comfortable with their combinations, they're going to be very hard to beat. I agree wholeheartedly what you say about the wildcard. Just it's a great thing that you can chuck your hat in the ring, and if you're lucky enough that you get drawn out, what a great opportunity to be part of it. Even if it's just for one of the 3 events, it's still a pretty cool thing and a great opportunity.
Yeah, and I know she's been a big part of the coverage, and certainly here at the UBC, Sarah Ashby, who last year competed as a wildcard player. And I remember her being on a TV rink playing against Aaron Sheriff. Right. And she was just beside herself with excitement, but actually then went out and performed. She said it was some of the best she's ever bowled, because she just felt like she was just more, focused and concentrating, because she knew who she was up against, didn't want to let anyone down, and she certainly didn't. And just the confidence some of these players can take from getting that opportunity. Yep. It's only going to be beneficial for their game and their clubs.
Absolutely.
When they get back.
And who knows, what door that may open in the future. You play there and someone says, that player played really well. We're going to ask them if we've got a spot coming up for the next time.
Absolutely. So, just a little status check on this. Nearly halfway through 4 ends, and it's the Ruse leading 47-28. It's the Falcons who hold the lead shot.
Bit of a free hit here. If Harry could draw another shot and make a toucher, he tidies us up really nicely.
He's going to go very close.
He's close.
Got it.
Oh, what a great shot.
Brilliant. Very nonchalant too, the young man. He's got the hands in the pockets. He just, that's just in a day's work. No problem at all. And Dean will chalk that off for him, and that's important. That's a 6-shot play, that, and brings the margin back to 13. And just another little small indicator, Ali, of how quickly things can go from looking pretty desperate to, hang on, we're only 13 back now. So
yep. I was talking to one of the other skippers who's his first time, and he was sort of 35 down with 2 to play, and he's sort of going, this game's cooked. And I said, well, actually, no.
Yeah.
you know, if you can stay within roughly 18 per end, you've got every chance if you play well.
Yeah, the last game we had here on the TV rink, it was a 40-point margin after 3 completed ends. Dandenong were flying, Bura looked all sorts, and then in the space of 1 end, I think they kept Dandenong scoreless and added 24 of their own. All of a sudden, you're back in it. It's
Yeah.
It's great with that scoring system, and like you said off the top, every shot counts. Every bowl, you can't just roll one down just for the sake of it. They can all make a big difference, and not just in this game, but your overall standings.
100%.
How often have we seen the gap between, say, second and third for that free shot through the first round of finals, or sixth and seventh, be decided by a bonus
margin.
point or a points differential?
Totally.
Definitely comes into play. So
Yep.
looking good here, the Falcons at the moment. They've got first and second shot.
Yeah, Damo needs to make a connection here and change this head up.
He's
Widens the target, even if
little
he's
bit
still
there.
probably two down.
still with another bullet to fire, Damo. So now over to Dean River.
He probably just wants to play on his backhand, just over the draw weight. Try and change this up. He can turn either of the two blue bowls, and if he gets the gap, he can get to the jack, get a toucher, and just tidy it up. Speed looks handy.
It's a fine effort.
Another sort of 18 inches on that would have been ideal. Just to turn that blue bowl would have just... He's probably added to the target, if anything, which is not easily done.
Yeah.
I would expect this to be pretty solid weight now.
Yeah, and you're spot on, Ali, as doesn't look overly happy with it out of the hand.
Is he
Damo,
gonna hold
but
on? Might just hold on.
tell you what.
And the toucher.
The touch.
If you don't mind.
Now, we'll give him the benefit of the doubt. I'm not sure that's exactly how he thought it was going to play out.
No,
but,
definitely not.
But, you take it. And again, that great start to this end for the Melbourne Falcons. Kind of cancelled out there a little now, and holding shot, the Aussie Cool Ruse lead by 16 again.
A little blue plant there, the two bowls at the front. I think if he'll be playing through that, he could get the orange one out nearly clean.
Just a fickle little deflection and a little bump and a run, and things can change so quickly. Not sure if this is... It's not a bad effort.
Crikey, one bowl high.
Oh, yeah, some really brilliant skipping there to finish that end. But what it means after all is said and done is the Aussie Cool Ruse are going to lead by... I think it's 18. I think that scoreboard has updated. It has. So with an end to play, it's again that sort of margin. It's a tricky one. You feel like you're probably not quite close enough, but then, well, if your leads can get off to a good start, a couple of touches, all of a sudden that changes.
Yeah, crucial. Lead has to win for the Melbourne Falcons here. Harry has to get, shot minimum and ideally a toucher as well. If both players can get a toucher and they win the crossover, then they don't necessarily need the full bag. But conversely, if the Ruse can get a toucher here,
And
which
this
is very
looks
close.
Got it.
What a great shot, because that just makes it a little bit harder.
It does. Dean McWhinney just puts a little statement out there and now puts the pressure back on the young man, Harry Coleman, to come up with a response.
Not without a chance.
He's not going to be far away, is he? Look at this.
Needs the jack. Oh, what a brilliant shot.
Yeah. Yeah, that is some scary young talent emerging, no doubt about it. And great to have Harry here at the UBC.
That's the perfect lead weight, really,
Yep.
where if you've got every bowl with that speed, you're giving yourself a chance for those touches, and if you miss, you're still in the game.
Dean might be going here again. It's not going to be far away. Great effort.
And once again, just over the full draw.
So both leads with a touch here, effectively cancelling each other out thus far. Now it's back over to Harry. So just falling
Just under
underneath.
the running, but he might be nuisance value here if he's covering that jack up.
Holding it up. So the other question I had earlier, I guess, is you're not only a veteran of the sport, but also a veteran of the UBC. You've been involved since pretty much day one, and I just wonder if you've got a plan of attack or a mindset when it comes to surviving the week, because it is a marathon, not a sprint. If you're playing in a franchise team, you're here for 6 days. You're playing, anywhere upwards of 20-odd games in the group stage and hopefully finals. You obviously want to get to the finals. So it's a lot of concentrating. It's a lot of hours being here.
Yeah.
What do you like in the in-between sections? So whether you get a later start or if you have the early start and then the break, do you head back to the hotel? Do you hang around and just kind of take it all in? What's generally your go-to plan of attack with that? Just depends how you feel?
Yeah, just nothing set in stone. Like generally, if it's late start, I'll generally just have a cruisy morning, probably just a bit of a lie-in and just make sure I've got all my ducks in a row.
Yeah.
I think just having a casual approach for me, like I'm pretty intense when I'm out in the green, so trying to be the reverse to that when I'm away.
Yeah.
Obviously, a couple of quiet beverages after the day's done, but also looking after yourself because, as you say, it is a big week.
I was going to say, yeah.
And if you get carried away, at the back end of the week, it takes its toll. And
Is the way that the team performs in the first event or two going to dictate maybe how day 3 is approached, or are you just zoned in on, you just take all 3 events as seriously as the one prior, and you worry about the celebrating and stuff afterwards?
Oh, very much so, yeah. No, like if you're doing well and getting down to the nitty-gritty, you want to do it in all 3 because, you know, those opportunities are hard to come by, so you've got to strike while the iron's hot sort of thing. So, you know, you can't take your foot off the pedal because you never know. You're the 3rd event, you might end up, you know, down the arse end of the table quickly. You know? So
yeah, we have seen it happen. Maybe from those that have maybe overindulged a little after a successful event or two, but each to their own, I suppose.
Right. And it is hard to hold that form for the whole 6 days.
Yeah.
As you say, like the ones that have done well generally drop a peg because they've potentially relaxed too.
The intensity goes off a bit, doesn't it?
And the ones that haven't done so well are a bit more on edge because they know they have to. So there's a bit more riding on it for them. But you've still seen teams do well in all 3 events, so it is possible.
Oh, yeah.
But very difficult.
Yeah. So I need something special here, the Falcons. Damo's just going to pop this out in the back. It's got some legs, though.
Not quite sure about that shot. I think I would have been more interested in just getting another one in the head on this hand. Like, I would have thought the Ruse would have been defending a bit more rather than attacking.
Yeah, 15 to the good at the moment. They hold second, so at the moment, 13 additional points going the way of the Falcons. That won't be enough. The Aussie Cool Ruse have done enough to achieve a bonus point should they get beaten, but it would take something either disastrous from Damo or very special here from Dean to overturn this deficit. I think Dean, just looking at the expression on his face, is aware of that.
Was it 18 plus 3? Yeah, like he's really got to draw the toucher and make 18. Yeah. There's not much of the jack to be seen to be doing that.
No.
And the last thing the Ruse would want to be doing is opening it up and make his job any easier.
So what kind of support are you, Ali, when you're watching your teammates? Are you just the quiet observer? Do you shout out some instruction or some advice, or do you just let the guys do their thing?
No, I'll let the guys do. Certainly positive reinforcement when they play a good one. Let them know, well done, you know, great job. Everyone loves to get that sort of pat on the back when they played a good one.
Absolutely.
So, but no, have full faith in them that they know what they're doing and reading the rink is that. Well, it's pretty good. That does.
Yeah. Doesn't have. There's not many exit strategies here for the Falcons and Dean River to somehow, as you said, that they basically need the ultimate end. Otherwise, it's not going to be enough. I think even with the first and second, it's still doing the math quickly, which is something else you need to have a bit of an adept skill at in this sport, in this format. Thinking on the fly, doing the numbers, crunching them.
So 18 does get them to 66, but I'm just not quite sure
how. Yeah,
looks like Orange is definitely second and third, and potentially even fourth, but I could be wrong.
So final bowl of this match. Dean River sending it down, needing something really special here. Falcons, I don't think that's turning anywhere near enough. So
speed's pretty good for it, but just doesn't get back there on the high line, even with the bendy bowls.
Weight was great, but it is the Aussie Cool Ruse who record the victory over the Melbourne Falcons. And they're just going to do a quick little check on some measurements here, but it's all pretty much academic. It will be the Aussie Cool Ruse who go through. Ali, thanks so much for stopping by on the commentary, mate. We really do appreciate it.
My
Obviously,
pleasure.
in a busy playing schedule for you. You, as I said, get to sit back and relax and enjoy the next game as your teammates from Deer Park Blue take on Golden State. All the best for the week, mate. Maybe we'll get you back on it at some point over the next few days, but if not, hope it all goes well. We'll see you in the finals, and I'll be chatting to you on the rink hopefully at some point.
Beautiful. Sounds like a good plan to me.
Good man. Ali Forsyth joining us there, one of the great names in bowls and certainly one of the big names here at UBC 2025. We'll just go around the rinks and have a look at some of the scores and matches nearing completion. We've got the Aussie Cool Joies having a big win, or they're about to record a big win over the NCE Raptors. So that's a significant result because the Raptors have been flying of late. 80-43, that score has just been updated to. The Carlo Koalas, speaking of big wins, they've nearly hit the triple figures. 97-38 over the Flemken Colts. Warilla, 72. They're going to record a big win over Exodus, 33. The wildcard team. Now, there's still an end to play there, so not done and dusted yet, but they lead 56-43 over the Adelaide Heat. And Musgrave, 61, going down to the Western Wolves, back on the winners list, 65. So that is the completion of play for Section A tonight. And we have one match to come, Section B, round 8. And that will pit the Golden State up against Deer Park Blue as we farewell Ali Forsyth. And we await the return of the one and only Christopher Green, who's about to rejoin us after he, too, himself is, I'm guessing, polished off a little bit of the butter chicken and rice and naan. Welcome back, Greenie. How was your dinner?
Yeah, delicious, mate.
It was good. It was very good. I was going to be a little cheeky and go back and ask for the second piece of naan bread, but I want to make sure everyone gets a good go first. It's very tasty, very good. And Ali, what a star. And we thank him for his time here as part of our UBC coverage. On that note, if there's a player that you'd like us to get involved that you think's got, you know, pretty good ability with the lip, let us know on the Facebook or the YouTube. We'd love to get a few nominations, and that way, it's all about stroking egos, Greenie. So we can go, oh, everyone on Facebook wants you. You've got to come on the commentary.
Well, here we go. The great man will be playing Mark Casey on the rink, and we'll see how we critique this match.
Do you think he'll be a bit overawed? I mean, he's done some okay things in bowls, but this is about as big as it gets, isn't it?
Yeah, I mean,
TV ring, UBC.
it'll be interesting. Last game of the day as well, so
Yeah.
everyone's out and about. The crowd's ready to watch this. Everyone's tuning in. And as he told me in commentary, when he was leading, 11 of 15 ends, and the other 4 were measures that just went against him. So he's in fine form, but he's skipping now. Shannon will be leading.
And up against Golden State.
Yeah, so it looks like it'll be Ian Law and Dan the Man. Dan the Man Lemez. One thing you just notice with Case is he's just got that presence about him on the green, hasn't he?
Yeah, well, you know what? I've known Case for, well, I don't know when my first UBC was, but it's going back some years now. I think this might be my 5th. But I've never watched the man bowl. I've seen highlights, obviously, and he's done some incredible things, but I've never actually watched him play in a competitive match. So this is a first for me. I'm pretty excited. I feel like a little bit of a fanboy.
I think some of those highlights have been doctored as well. That's how good they are.
AI, yeah. No, he, yeah. I'm sure he'll be very entertaining to watch. I'm sure this will be a very entertaining match. I think any game involving Dan Lemez generally tends to be. He wears his heart on his sleeve and is one of the big parts of the UBC.
We've almost forgotten about the leader for Deer Park Blue here, and it's Shannon McElroy, the 2016 World Singles Champion.
He's a handy player too, Shannon.
So Deer Park support here. Club President John Berry, Secretary Neil Cromie, sitting beside Ali rinkside there. And I know there would be one man who would be tuning in, and that would be the General Manager, David Thompson, General Manager of Deer Park Club. Great supporter of not just bowls, but also the local community of Deer Park and all the sporting clubs around there. Interesting game ahead here. We know that there's a lot of flair about Dan Lemez. Ian Law, really steady, goes about his business. And we've already spoken about Case and Shannon being World Singles Champion 2016, and he's got a number of other great achievements, but he's a really good singles player. So, as you know, with the first 3 bowls in a format like this, a number of the great singles players just work into this format perfectly.
So So a little bit of a different start from Shannon. I touched on it with Ali talking about how some of the leads, particularly coming from the main rink to this TV rink, have sort of struggled early on, particularly in that opening end, to get the radar right. There's a brilliant bowl there from Ian Law to get first points.
Yeah.
Golden State with a toucher.
All right, let's have a little bit of a game here. Benny, how many touches do you reckon in this game? Final game of the night? Total between all four players?
Between all four.
Unders
I'm going to go...
and overs will go, I reckon the line's 9.
Yeah, well, I'm going to go... I was just on that. I was going to go 8. I'm going to go 8.
I'm going to go Mark Casey for 4 touches.
4 for Mark. Okay. Yeah, I'm going to go 8 in total. What do we want? We're one down, half an end in. So I've probably been a little conservative there, but I think just the end of the day, perhaps everyone getting a little bit tired, concentration, a little bit weary. They could make me look very foolish here, to be honest.
The puppet arms weren't very oily, so there's no excuse there for oily hands or anything.
No, the bowl slipping out. No. But if there's a man who can find a toucher, it's this man, Dan Lemez. And he's just a little on the high side, but it's a nice first salvo here on this TV rink. He would be loving this out here. Defected record zone. Dan Lemez. If he brought, we probably should have got him to bring the kid out. He could have provided some of the tunes.
Yeah.
It's been okay here. We're hearing what obviously the Moama Bowls Club are putting on for us. There's been a lot of Oasis. There's been a lot of the Tuies ad. I've heard that play a few times. I didn't know that was a song, but it's been a rolling commercial for Tuies.
It's almost a theme song for the event
Yeah.
at this stage with its play rate.
Yeah. So Dan with his second here. Weight looks superb. Yeah, it's fantastic. They're all over it at the moment here, Golden State.
Does help, though. This will help Casey. Gives him a chance to, a shelf off that, get back to the jack. Exactly what Shannon's calling right now.
So to his forehand side, obviously the left-handed delivery of Mark Casey. It's not going to turn enough. It's got some legs too. And just a pensive Mark Casey there, just reassessing his final bowl. I'll have to await Dan though first. It's been a really solid start this from Golden State. Holding all 3, potential ultimate end, the only toucher so far and the lead shot.
Yeah, I know the boys won't be trying to speak too much about it or even think about it, but that first bowl of Shannon's, which is on the line right at the front there, what it's actually done is it's probably made it a touch harder to see, but could see big weight here from Case to try and kill it. They've got the 3 on the tee, so it could be an ultimate end either way here. That's what we do see, big weight here. Just going to hold on that side, as we've seen time and time again. So,
Ultimate end.
yes,
Perfect start, Golden State. And they lead 24-0. Just the one toucher in that end. So my 8 now, I'm feeling a little more confident about it. Early days, of course, but yeah, you couldn't ask for a much better start if you're a fan of the Golden State. They have jumped out of the blocks here on this TV rink. Our last match for tonight. We're back, I think we're back relatively early tomorrow, aren't we?
10 o'clock start.
10 o'clock, we get a little sleep in. Yeah, 10 o'clock, there we go. It'll be the Flemken Colts up against the Aussie Cool Joies to get our action underway on day 2 of event 1. So first from Ian Law was heavy and out to the left. Shannon McElroy working. Oh, almost a little kiss on the way past, just shaving the edge, missing by about as small a margin as you can find.
We just had a comment come through from Sarah Ashby.
Yeah.
Missing Sarah. She's
Yeah,
not
I
here
am.
this week.
Well, I gave her a plug on the chat with Ali, talking about the wildcard teams and how great an experience it is, and her experience last year, I think, playing up against Aaron Sheriff on the TV rink and performing really well. I did neglect to mention the incident with the wrong bias. So I know she'd kill me if I mentioned that, so I promised I wouldn't mention the wrong bias.
That's a good idea. We won't mention that.
No. Which bit, the wrong bias?
Yeah.
No, we're not going to mention
I
that.
thought that was the wind. It was on the wrong bias, was it?
But she is a star, and we miss her. It's not quite as bubbly around here, and I hope that wherever she's listening in, that she's enjoying the coverage and doing well.
Much better start here from Shannon. The Deer Park Club Blue side. It will be their first points.
Yeah, it certainly will be now.
Do we see any change here from Shannon to get to the jack, or is he stay there on his forehand? He's played 2 rippers there. If he was to get to that blue, he'd be on the outside line anyway, so he'd be missing. Good guide.
Yeah, Skipper Casey giving him some instructions as the clock gets down to 14. And McElroy, this is trying, and he's got it.
Yeah, that's brilliant. Does make it a touch easier for Golden State, but it's those all-important 3 points added to the scoreboard.
Yeah.
Which will actually be 6 because it'll be the lead shot and the
as well.
toucher.
Yep. So toucher number 2 for this game.
And I can't guarantee it, but the way it's set up, there's almost got to be a toucher here. Wonder if Dan will try and pop this. Yes, he's playing that weight. He's looking for it.
It's going to cause some
Wow.
carnage. He got the touch too.
He did get the touch out of that, so
Yep.
all of a sudden, 3 touches.
I was about a minute ago. I was pretty happy with my 8. Now I'm a little nervous. I think I've gone well unders. Guys are just starting to find their range now. Mark Casey on the hunt for his first toucher of the game.
And we do know this side in this direction, there will be a little bit more turn because you get that breeze coming through the open between the grandstand and the end of the rink. So there is an opportunity to get to the jack there. Not far off with his first.
So first and second shot bowls undecided at this stage. Too close to call. That's why we'll see the scorecard bowls indicated as such, half and half. That'll all get sorted out shortly. Still plenty to play out in this end though, so you can expect those bowls to stay in the same spot. This looks pretty good from Dan. Working down and
Just falls out.
just falls. So probably hasn't helped the markers too much there with adjudicating who's got shot bowl. Now Mark Casey. Recent inductee into the World Bowls Hall of Fame, an event held in Kuala Lumpur.
Not far off again there, just touch high.
Conclusion of this end, we'll head around the rinks and see how some of those other matches are unfolding. The business end of day 1 here in beautiful Moama. Indifferent Moama today weather-wise, but looking at the forecast, we've got some better stuff ahead. This looks good.
Oh, that's a huge shot there for Golden State.
Really good.
Holding first, second, and third. As we know, they've already picked up the ultimate N1.
Just argue first, second, third, and fourth. Be very close.
Yeah, weight here from Casey on his backhand. Straight the line. You're looking for the jack. He's got the blue. Can he get that through the jack?
Oh.
He does. There's contact. There's a result. First and third now, the way of Deer Park Club Blue, and a big shot there from Casey. There was plenty of options. Much needed points.
Yeah, that was a big shot from Case. It could have been real ugly there for Deer Park. They could have gone down back-to-back ultimate ends, but They restore a little bit of, I won't say respectability to the score, but certainly a little bit of hope in that they're not too far behind too early on, and they can reset here and go again in this all-important third end. Shannon McElroy will get us underway. After a day where it's been wet and windy, the weather has dissipated, dried down. No rain for the last few hours, and the wind has almost vanished as well. So forecast of 35 degrees on Thursday, 36 I think on Friday. So at the end of a long week, that might test some players and commentators out alike. Here's Ian Law. Got it.
There's a toucher.
That is a toucher indeed. So that's 4 for the match, 3 for Golden State, and 2 for Ian Law. This extends the margin back out to 16. McElroy. See their case, just want it to just go a little bit. As it dies off late, it turns in underneath.
Yeah, just coming up a bit short on too many occasions here, Shannon. Could be on for another toucher here.
So it doesn't look bad, does it? If it takes a little touch. Oh,
that's the weight. Playing that perfect weight there.
Not far at all. Moama Green 22, Trail Windsor 32. Deer Park Club Gold leading Dandenong 27-18 as we just watched this from Shannon McElroy. Starting it wide, needs it to work, needs it to turn, needs it to go, needs it to do a lot, but it's in the end. He wasn't far away with the weight. Port Sorell, the Sharks, trailing Bundura 22-32. Broadbeach 22, leading Kawana 8, and the Southern Stars leading Moama Black 27-6. Tell you what, that's going to go close, just missing to the high side there. Ian Law very close to another toucher, but lead shot goes the way of Golden State. So they will extend the lead now out to 19.
Yeah, the big thing with this section too, Benny, heading into the last game tonight is there's 2 match break between 7th and 6th.
There is 2, yeah. Yep. I'd argue Golden State are really playing for their chances of a top 6. They lose this, they're just going to be too far back. They win this, and all of a sudden they're still with a chance. But for Deer Park Blue, at the other end of the spectrum, they're trying to get their way into the top 2. And as we know, there's a really attractive carrot dangling in a top 2 spot in that you miss that first round of knockout finals where the teams finishing 3rd to 6th on both sides of the draw will face off in knockout, what we call preliminary finals, and the winners of those will go through to meet the top 2 sides in each division in our quarterfinals. And those, of course, are the finals where money goes on the line. 38-19 Golden State lead Deer Park. We've just gone past the halfway mark of this contest. Here's Mark Casey.
Yeah, it's getting to the stage where every one of these is important conversion shots, and Casey gets enough of that. Well, it changes it up dramatically there. A big head changer.
So now it's over to Dan Lemez, skip for Golden State. Very recognisable delivery style, and if he could just get a touch from his own bowl here, he has played that beautifully. So first, second shot now with Golden State, and for Mark Casey here, last bowl of this third end, as Shannon McElroy barks the instructions, this is again another crucial bowl for Deer Park, and here comes the weight.
He's close, he's watching it.
Yeah, it's bang on.
What's the result here?
Oh.
Well, it's been extremely stiff there. Not only is it ricochet almost out of bounds, they'll have to probably put a tape, get the umpire to get the scope out there, or the mirror. But the way it stands, Benny, probably the worst result possible for the Deer Park Club Blue there. If he follows that all the way through, they've got shot and second shot plus the toucher. But the way it stands, it's probably 2, if not 3, where it sits. And if it goes back on the tee,
Yeah.
it's definitely going to be first, second and third away.
So for those following on at home, so what's happening here? We just saw Shannon come to the side where the jack is with one of the mats. Is the line also inclusive of the line across?
Yeah, so it's the middle of the peg.
The middle, yep. So
the
now-
idea there, putting the mat up, is so if you can see from the other end, if you can't see the peg in line, then it would be out. The umpire.
Well, this is a first for the UBC 2025. So the mirror at the opposite end to where the kitty is placed. And they're saying that it is out. So it will go back to the tee. And that spells bad news for Deer Park. So I think if it goes back on the tee here, Greenie, they would hold all 3.
And that's where it's headed.
Yeah. So really, this is one here for Dan. He just has to just send this out wide. No harm, no foul. So he wants to get a little bit creative and maybe add another toucher. I don't think that's going to work enough, but it's a huge ultimate end for Golden State, and it's just so disappointing. Like you said, the fine margins, nothing really wrong with Case's delivery. It's just where that jack ends up.
Oh, he just couldn't get it any stiffer, really. Getting his own bowl as well, so it's actually pushed that towards the back of the rink. It's a full credit to Golden State. They're applying the pressure. You're getting bowls in the area.
So that's 2 ultimate ends for Golden State, and that's 2 scoreless ends for Deer Park. I think we touched on it earlier. There's sort of a bit of a feeling that if you can keep a team to a scoreless end, one of them, you're going to win the game more often than not. If you keep them to 2, then I think you can almost pencil that one into the win column. But margin of 30, do my maths here, 37.
Spot on.
Yeah, needs to be something special here from Deer Park. Starting with Shannon McElroy, needs some touches.
Yeah, significant scoring needed this end.
4 for the match so far between the two sides. All of a sudden, my 8 might be back in play, although this is good from Shannon. It's not going to do enough to get the toucher, but pops it out the back. About a metre past the jack. A reminder that our coverage for day 2, which is always a big day, finals action from 2 o'clock in our preliminaries, but then from a live coverage perspective, quarterfinals from 4 o'clock tomorrow, and they are not to be missed. It's where the money goes up for grabs. It's where the cream of the crop are out there here on the TV rink, and the crowd starts to build here in Moama. It should be a real spectacle. Looking forward to it.
Can you get all the way to the jack? Just shy, bit of an overcorrection there. Starting to block that run to the jack as well, and they need to be scoring points.
Yeah, definitely a toucher and lead shot required now from Shannon McElroy.
Golden State haven't done much wrong here this match, and it shows on the scoreboard.
Sure, that's getting past the front. I'll take a little touch, but it will be enough. Oh, no, maybe not. Hard to tell. But plenty of room for Shannon to work with here. A touch and lead shot would get the margin back to 31 with an end and a half to play. Tough, but not impossible.
Chances.
This looks okay.
More than chances.
This looks really good. He's done it.
Huge. That's a huge shot
Well,
for the Deer Park Club Blue there. 6 points, as you alluded to prior to the bowl, Benny.
I'd like to say I called that. I don't know if Shannon was inspired by my advice to just roll one into a toucher in the lead shot, but whatever it was, it worked. And we're up to 5 now for the match, 5 touches. And you'd be hard-pressed to suggest that either Dan Lemez or Mark Casey won't add to that tally here in the back end of this fourth and penultimate end. Final match of day one here on our TV rink. So we hope you've enjoyed the coverage, and we appreciate all of the comments coming in from far and wide, from around the world, people tuning in. I'm sure there's many out there who pencil this into their calendar year in, year out, the UBC 6-day event. And the bowls has been fantastic to start the week. Here's Mark Casey. Just need to make every poster winner here to Deer Park Club Blue. An ultimate end here. You would think the bare minimum requirement. How's Case going here?
Get back to the blue bowl. And he gets half of it and slides by.
Right.
It wasn't far off.
Holding first and third, Deer Park. Golden State with second. It's damage control as it stands right now. No issues for Golden State with a healthy lead.
Yeah, Dan Man's after this one. He's not far off at all.
He's asking
Just
you to
the
go.
weight. Just to hurry a touch.
It's in for second.
Yeah, 2 good shots, though.
So second and third now. Just blocked there slightly by Shannon, who's just assessing the head and offering some advice to Mark Casey, his penultimate bowl of this fourth end. This one's high and out to that left-hand side. So one apiece for the skips to come. And barring a disaster here, Golden State looking very, very comfortable.
Yeah, keep their chances alive.
Yeah. Well, that's all they can do at the moment. Their points differential is not great. They have got a bonus point, which could be handy come the end of these group games tomorrow afternoon, but at least they're giving themselves a chance. And for Deer Park Club Blue, top 2 was on the cards. I think now they're just going to be in that pack of the teams between 3rd and 6th, which is so tight. All 4 of them, in fact, with records of 5 and 2. Golden State holding second and third shot here. So now it's up to Case with 20 seconds left on the shot clock to conjure up some form of a bowls miracle and try and get them out of this with at least first and second, possibly an ultimate end. I was going to say, you can't time out the CEO, can you?
Yeah, there's got to be some sort of clause there.
Let's see what he can do with this final bowl. He's looking for a little pinball work.
Just going to sit around. He's done enough, I think, for first and second.
Yeah. So, look, it helps. It shaves 12 off the deficit, which brings it back to, again, my maths is on the fly here. I think it's going to be 19, the difference. Soon find out whether I've butchered that up or not. But, there we go, 19. Golden State 59. Deer Park Club Blue 40.
You're like the human calculator today, Benny.
Educated guesswork, mate. 5 touches so far, so my 8's back on. Three in this last end, and I'm around the money. But more importantly for Deer Park Club, they would love Shannon McElroy to start this end with a toucher or 2. This is tracking nicely, just a touch on the high side. The line was just about spot on.
Benny, each time in this direction, Golden State have scored an ultimate end.
They have 2.
So
All picked up.
it's up against the Deer Park Club Blue here, trail by 19. And this is Golden State's, I'd say, favoured direction.
And conversely to that fact, Deer Park Club Blue playing to this end have not registered a point. They've gone duck egg and duck egg. Probably don't say that too loud.
I reckon this changes with this bowl. It's a toucher. Can we preempt this?
Suggest you half a chance here, Greenie. Is it just going to sneak in underneath it? Oh, look at this.
Oh, Benny. Ladies and gentlemen.
We've been in some good form. I think we're getting better the longer the day goes here, Greenie, but that's brilliant from Shannon McElroy. Take a bow.
I'm half a chance of predicting next week's
If you get
Powerball numbers.
lotto numbers, let us, well, at least give us a bit of an insight. Even Division 2, mate, if you can give me some of the numbers, I'd be happy with that. That's not the response that Ian Law was after. So now, margin is 16. They know that they're very close to securing a lead shot. If they could get one more toucher and a lead shot, and it's a 10-point ball game with the skips to come. That's when we might see Hall of Fame Mark Casey come to the fore. Let's see what Shannon McElroy can do here, though, with his final bowl of this match. Can he work this around? Has he got the weight? Tell you what, it's trying. It's not quite, but
It's a great setup.
it's a great setup. And he's finished strong. Importantly for Deer Park, they've finally registered some points playing to the club end.
Yeah, spot on.
Yeah, but can Ian Law come up with his final bowl? It's not going to be enough for lead shot, so it'll be another 3 to go the way of Deer Park Club. So the margin is back to 13 with 6 bowls to play. And we are at 6 touches for the match. The over-under was 9. Your man Case hasn't troubled the scorers yet, but maybe this is it. Maybe this is where we'll see something special from Mark Casey. Find a way to extricate Deer Park out of a big hole. It would be almost unheard of to go 2 scoreless ends and still win. Weight on this is okay. It holds the line. It's going to just miss just underneath. He has popped one out the back.
Yeah,
so.
he's got something out there now. So, well, this is the best head setup that Deer Park have had the entire match. It's just a matter of if they can capitalise on it. But also, not only can they try and capitalise on it, but is the margin still there for them to reach?
And Dan's not happy with that. It's both very short. The line was okay, but yeah, the weight was all over the shot there.
Doesn't need to change a heap here. If he can get his own that orange onto the jack.
So first and second with Deer Park. That wouldn't be enough. What's he done here, Case? Can he get the touch on the way? Oh, it's a great
He's
effort.
given himself a great chance here, though.
Yep.
Yeah,
Yeah, the ultimate
just
end.
indicated too that potentially it could be first, second, and third.
First, second, third. The ultimate end would get them across the line. Still plenty to play out here. Dan, the man, 2 up his sleeve. Just the one to come for Case. He can close the door here with a toucher, get this close and change the scoring completely. It's trying, it's really trying, and
The equation is quite simple here.
yeah,
A toucher for Casey.
trail the jack through and it's all over. So he'll take his time here, Case. He's got a timeout up his sleeve. He's going to wander down and assess the
Maybe there's a couple of options here.
head, yeah.
You could probably play a touch more because he could land the blue through the hole, or he trails the jack through himself.
It's true.
If he was to trail the jack, he gets 3 points for that, so it takes it back to 10 the margin, and then what he could be is first and third.
First and third's enough, yeah.
Sorry, first and
Second they would need. Yeah, first and second would be enough. But, yeah, you're right. He does have options. Of course, not forgetting that Dan still has 1 bowl to come after this, so he will get a chance to respond. But can Case come up with the goods here? He's watching it very closely.
He's close.
I don't mind it.
Mark Casey.
Oh, not quite.
Wow. What an effort that was. So, Golden State currently hold match here.
Yeah.
It's only 1 bowl remaining, but we spoke about it before, Golden State, this win will give them a chance in the competition. If they were to lose this match, it would pretty much strike them out for this event. However, this gives them a little bit of a sniff and potentially now try and capitalise on the fact that they do have the match, and if you can draw a toucher here or even second shot.
If Dan could draw a toucher here, that's 8 for the game, and I know a bloke who predicted 8. I don't think he's going to get the toucher because it's got too much to do. But at the end of the day, that is a really important win for Golden State. It keeps them ever so slightly in the mix. 69-54 the final score. A good fight shown by Deer Park Club Blue, but in the end, you cough up 2 ultimate ends and you don't score yourself in 2. It's going to always be a little bit tricky playing catch-up.
And there's the final scores for tonight's matches. Moama Green 73, Windsor 53. Dandenong 83, strong winners over the Deer Park Club Gold 49. Port Sorell 57, up against Bura, who got the job done there 72. Kawana have held on for a 1-point victory, 59-58 over Broadbeach. Southern Stars 54-51 Moama Black. Thank you for your efforts today, Benny, and we'll be back at it at 10 a.m. tomorrow. And it's a big lineup of matches. Obviously the finals in the afternoon, but make sure you do tune in tomorrow. If you want to catch up on any of the results today, just head to ultimatebowlschampionship.com.au. Thank you very much for tuning in, and we can't wait to see you tomorrow morning.
See you in the morning, Granny.